Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the South Carolina State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Surveyors Office, Synergy Business Park, Kings Tree Building, and on the board website, and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. Members of the public who wish to attend may do so by live streaming. It is the policy of this state and the purpose of this board to encourage the development of professional engineers and surveyors in this state and to promote the accountability for engineering and surveying practice in a global economy. The state recognizes the need for more qualified engineers and surveyors to support the local and global economy, and to that end, encourages efforts to increase access to accredited education, examinations, and the experience necessary and appropriate to protect the health, safety, and welfare of South Carolina citizens and to support licensure as the basis of accountability. I'd like to welcome and introduce our board members, Peter Strube, Angela Musselwhite, Kent Stair, Tim Rickborn, Jimmy Chow, Matt Kelly, and Henry Dingle. And I'd like to ask the staff members and other persons in attendance to introduce themselves now.
Eli Grote, Advice Counsel for the Board.
Lenora Miles, Board Executive.
Kenesha Wilson, Program Coordinator.
Chris Elliott, Office of Disciplinary Counsel.
Waddy Wharton, Lead Investigator, OIE.
Chuck Turkle, Investigator, OIE.
Thank you. The next item is review and approval of the agenda. If everyone has had a chance to take a look at that, let me motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we've approved the agenda. We have no excused absences today. We may have a person that needs to leave early, and we will just handle that at that time. In your board packet materials are meeting minutes from our last meeting. If you've had a chance to review those, let me know if there's a motion to accept the minutes as submitted, or if there are any additions or corrections necessary.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we've approved the meeting. Next item on our agenda today is item 8A, report from the Office of Investigations and Enforcement by Waddy Wharton.
Thank you, sir. Year to date from January 2nd, 2025 to November 18th, we have a total of 77 complaints received. We currently have 7 active complaints, and we have closed 35 complaints this year. That is for your information.
Okay? Any questions, Mr. Wharton? If not, we will continue with Mr. Wharton, investigative review conference report.
Yes, sir. On November 4th, we held an IRC with C.A. Sheely, Pat Gamble, and Brian Bonds in attendance via WebEx. We have a total of 8 cases submitted for your approval, 5 dismissals, 3 letters of caution.
Questions on that?
Provide a little more information.
57. Yes, I can. This was a report. It was 2 engineers, and I don't even think the respondent in this case worked on the report, but his partner engineer his partner sealed with his own seal, but he did not use the seal of the firm. and there's a companion case on this one, 2025-58. So 2025-58 is the partner that sealed the report without using the firm's seal, and it was recommended by the committee to issue a letter of caution for that partner. 2025-57 was the non-sealing partner whose name was just on the report, but he didn't seal it. And his name on the report was just as being a partner with the firm. But two cases got opened, one for the non-sealing and one for the sealing partner.
Why wouldn't a letter of caution be issued to both?
Well, the non-sealing partner said, I didn't know, I didn't know he didn't know he was doing that. He didn't have any knowledge of his partner not. He wasn't allowed to review the report, is what I'm saying. It wasn't his report. His partner did the report, sealed it, and didn't use the firm seal. Yes, yes.
Any other questions of Mr. Elliott for ODC report? Not, is there a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Sure.
Next item is 8D, Administrative and Financial Report. Lenora Addison Miles.
Mr. Chairman, as much as I'd love for you to skip me,
Oh, I'm sorry.
That last one was the IRC.
Okay, yep, continue, Chris.
no problem, Mr. Chairman. The ODC report is in your materials. It requires no action by the board. As of yesterday, the board was sitting at 32 cases in our office, which was better than I thought, I'll be honest, given the deluge lately. We have a motion to reconsider after the application hearings regarding a case y'all heard, I believe it was in July. So we'll be doing that one later on today. As far as the older cases, fortunately, I'm not going to be receiving any from this meeting, so that's good. And the older cases will be receiving more attention over the holidays.
Thank you. Sorry to skip over you.
Anytime, Mr. Chairman, I should have let you, but Eli would have given me the stink eye. So.
Okay, we'll now move on to the financial reports.
Your licensing statistics report has been provided in your meeting materials, and it contains a breakdown of the licensees in-state and out-of-state that are active with an expiration date of June 30th, 2026. As of November 6th, there were 21,258 engineers, 886 surveyors, and 100 dual licensees current through 2026. There were 3,882 firms, 1,347 branch offices active through March 31st of 2027. The NCEES CBT summary for the October through December testing window showed a total of 324 fundamentals of engineering, 10 fundamentals of surveying, 98 professional engineer, 6 professional surveyor, and 2 structural engineer exams, and those totals include scheduled and delivered exams. We've also received 3,019 early PE exam applications, and 2,021 have passed the exam, 46 early PS applications with 31 passing. Your material also contains information regarding the total number of in-state and out-of-state early PE and PS exam candidates by year. The September cash balance was $4,742,587.07, and the Education and Research Fund was $795,024.59. This upcoming renewal period, only $10 of each renewal fee will be allotted to the Education and Research Fund instead of the current $20 for the biennial renewal. That concludes my.
Thank you. Any questions of Lenora about her reports. Bear with us while we have a little technical difficulty here with the court reporter. All right, thank you. We have it cleared up. Okay, that concludes our report section of our agenda today. The next item on our agenda is discussion and presentation of EWS United Kingdom Mutual Recognition Agreement. NCWS has entered into an agreement with the United Kingdom dealing with licensure between the two countries, and we have been asked, as all states have been, to consider this recognition agreement and do what we could in order to accommodate it. So at this time, I'm very pleased to turn it over to a couple of our great representatives that are here from NCWS, Philip Clark and Marie Nebeski. Y'all have the floor.
Morning. My name is Philip Clark. I'm actually not with NCES. I'm with the British Consulate General in Atlanta. So I'm not an engineer, so I will not be able to answer super technical questions. But my role is Director of Trade covering the southeastern United States. And as part of that, we cover South Carolina. And our goal is to basically increase trade and investment between the United Kingdom and southeastern United States. This mutual recognition agreement has been is something that the United Kingdom started looking at a few years ago in architecture, and was then expanded part of a deregulatory program to try to align professional licensing regulations across the Atlantic. And so NCEES and the UK's Engineering Council entered into negotiations and ultimately signed this agreement. There are 27 signatories, I believe, currently in the United States, including for this region, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. 12 states have fully adopted the agreement, including Georgia and North Carolina. Part of the United Kingdom's work, specifically in the state of South Carolina, has been centered around a memorandum of understanding that the United Kingdom and the state of South Carolina signed in 2022. This was a memorandum to increase trade and investment, and it was focused on advanced manufacturing and life sciences. So with a view also to reducing regulations between the two jurisdictions. And the focus on advanced manufacturing sort of intersects well with the engineering issue. So, and I'm sure Marie will go into this, but the the NCES and the UK's Engineering Council have both independently audited this agreement. It's also been independently examined by the International Engineering Alliance, and they have concluded that the agreement does preserve necessary safeguards, but also will allow for easier movement between the jurisdictions. We, the United Kingdom, the government of the United Kingdom really supports this initiative. So I would just to mention that in August, the Consul General for the United Kingdom in the Southeast met with Governor Henry McMaster here in Columbia. We discussed a number of issues, but we presented specifically on this issue, and that actually I think is how this meeting may have come about. The governor is very supportive of this. It sort of fits with his overall agenda of aligning regulations and trying to trying to sort of develop the state of South Carolina. And this agreement would we think, open opportunities for South Carolina engineers in the UK, but also would give South Carolina access to some UK engineering talent that may be useful in infrastructure and other projects. So happy to take any questions, but turn it over to him.
I'll go ahead and get started. So I'm Marina Besky. I'm International Engagement Strategist at NCE. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here. A little bit about, well, more information about what the mutual recognition is and how we were able to come to this agreement. Okay, so I think it's important to speak just a second about the International Engineering Alliance and how this essentially enables these two nations to come together. It is what has already established that substantial equivalent model. So it's not that this began really in 2023 between us. It's been going on for over 30 years as the US and the UK are both founding members in a mobility agreement. So the IEA is about advancing engineering education and mobility. And as you all may know, ABET is the signatory for the Education Accords, the Accords, and NCEES is the USA representative to 2 of the mobility agreements, and it happens to be the IPEA that both nations are members. And I just want to get to the point of, in order to be a member, one of the requirements is that you establish an international register. And what this is essentially a list of engineers, professionals who are licensed or chartered, as in the UK, and you have the same rigorous graduate attributes and professional competency. So it's one international standard. And I think you all may have already received the actual mutual recognition agreement. I think it's about an document. And on about page 7, you'll see a chart that shows the comparison of how US PEs gain entry to the U.S. register, and then how UK chartered engineers gain that same access. And it's very overlapping and similar in that, you know, accredited education, such as the Washington Accord. 7 years of experience beyond that, accredited degree with 2 in responsible charge, CPC, and then examination. So I think what we all know is that the main thing here that's similar but different is that in the U.S., we license mainly by these engineering exams, the FE and the PE. Well, they have equally rigorous process in the U.K. However, it's not written, it's an oral process. They provide a lot of documents, and signed off on by referees and sponsors, and then they also appear before a committee. And the licensing in the UK, so in the US, obviously licensing by jurisdiction, member boards. In the UK, it's by what they call PEI, or Professional Engineering Institute. And those 39 PEIs are broken apart by discipline. So you have civil, mechanical, electrical. And I think that's something to underscore, because that means that these professionals become chartered in the UK by their peers, by professionals in their specific area of engineering and expertise. But let me move on from the International Engineering Alliance. Where am I pointing this? Okay, that's just to show you the nations that are in each one of the agreements. You see a lot of overlap there. From Australia down to the United States, the first 9 countries are in both agreements, but as I said, the UK is only in the IPEA, not in the Asian Pacific. Here's just an example of what I was speaking of how the process goes in the U.S. to gain entry to the International Register. And it's what you might think. You basically must come through NCEES to have a record, but mainly they are MLE record holders, and that process involves having a clean disciplinary, holding a current record, have the ABET degree. The caveat is that we will allow Washington Accord education as well. Having passed the 2 exams, 7 years of experience with 2 in responsible charge, and then met all the CPC requirements. So that looks very similar in the UK to gain entry to the UK's register. And yeah, I just wanted you to see that, because basically it doesn't represent all PEs in the US, nor does it represent all chartered engineers. We're talking about a very small population of professionals who have access to this pathway, this international pathway. So you'll see there that the US, we have about 932 PEs on our register. It's not that many more would not qualify, it's just a matter of, I suppose, need or interest, and, you know, do they work for a corporation or company that needs them to become licensed in one of the other member countries? In the UK, we're talking about a potential 415, and as I said, they're broken down by institute, discipline-specific institute, and the majority of the UK MRA applicants are, in fact, electrical. So you see the breakdown there in the pie chart. It's about 166 of the 415 are electrical. About 83 from the Civil Engineering Institute. Mechanical has a well. And of course, the end goal here is to remove barriers, unnecessary barriers, and to simplify national recognition and registration. Okay, so there we have, I don't think South Carolina licenses by discipline, correct?
We do not.
So this is a more relevant to those boards that do license by discipline, because it became a question of, if they have not passed a PE exam in a certain area of engineering, then how will we know which one to license? Well, we quickly, with our UK partners, did a mapping. And so the PEI, and you'll see that on the right, does map to each exam discipline, and there are about 17. And you'll see there that civil has quite a few, because they're very much more specialized. So like highway and transportation, building engineering, and that sort of thing. Just moving on quickly, I want to get right to the mutual recognition agreement and just talk a little bit about history and then where we are currently. So about a bilateral agreement is exactly what this is, you know, between the 2 nations. And it has helped to create a little bit more awareness and acceptance and understanding about what the IEA is and what our nations who are a part of that, and we certainly are involved in it. Every summer in June, we meet somewhere internationally with all of these other members, ABET and the Accords, and work on, you know, have meetings and working groups and help keep elevating those standards globally. And the history for the MRA, though, is that in about June of 23, 2 leaders from the Engineering Council, Dave Clark and David Cox at NCEES, began and then later in 24 of March, they drafted the actual document that you have. And then in the annual meeting, August of '24, that was in Chicago, we had a signing ceremony, and that's where we saw 26 boards, 25 states, because we know Illinois has 2. And you'll see over there to the right, that chart represents actually 28, and that's because we've had 2 additional boards, Vermont and Maryland, sign intents. And South Carolina can join that intend to participate too. But you'll see the highlighted states, those represent the boards, the 12 that have actually implemented. And so they are receiving applications from MRA applicants and giving PEs. Since then, it moves to about January of this year. 2025 is when we were able to start implementing and sharing files. And that happens through the records program. So US PEs have a record and we transmit to the UK. They have to specify to which PEI they're going to apply. Likewise, the UK engineers, information is sent from the UK to verify that they in fact are chartered, that which PEI and when they gain their PEI's register. And they have to build a record. Now, it's not exactly like the MLE record, but it is to a certain extent. So you'll see there are 12 implemented, and we've had 46 UK applicants, and about 18 go the other way. That just shows the same 28 boards, and it is kind of a good spread out representation around the country, those who intend. So again, not all are accepting files at this point or applications, but hopefully they're moving closer and closer to it. So again, I just want to kind of state again that it is about the fact that they have all met the same competency standards, graduate attributes through their education, Washington Accord education, and then competence standards. And as we've heard, it does help to address certain issues. If it could be beneficial to the economy, to the workforce with that skilled labor expertise shortages, that can come in. And don't forget, it gives that streamlined path for the PEs in the U.S. to go to the practice, and they do not have to go through the very rigorous process that the UK usually requires. It looks like about a 5,000-word essay, I suppose, or information that they're submitting with the CV, interviewing. That does not happen for the US PEs, but again, they must be from the states that are already implemented. So only PEs from those 12 states at this point are able to apply to. Okay, so other considerations, just that we can say again that the UK applicants have not passed the FE and PE. That is not a requirement. They are waived under this agreement, but we want to state again that they have met those competencies, and the UK has a 4-stage process of assessment, which includes a question and answer type of professional interview. It doesn't change any sort of immigration, visa, or regulations, those sorts of. Many states are also having a little test that's, I guess, more like a state-specific ethics codes, state laws. We have heard of some others, such as Alaska, may have some Arctic considerations in certain areas of practice. So we do not see a lot of trends of a huge influx. If, as I've said, about 40-something UK coming over. And so it hasn't created this huge volume, for example, that creates some sort of job competition or that sort of thing, if that's a concern. So I just want to spend a little bit more time on this screen. It does give you that nice breakdown so you can see exactly what we've been tracking. Those are the 12 states listed alphabetically. And then if you look below to the chart, the bar graph, you'll see all of those states, and of the 46 applicants, they've transmitted 73 times. What that means is these individuals are actually transmitting to multiple boards. So we have one eager gentleman who has applied to all 12 and gained PEs in all of them. So I think he may account for some of the ones that are like one in Alaska and one in Delaware. But the states that are sort of leading the way and I suppose are winning the popularity contest are North Carolina and then Texas in yellow. And then over to the right, you'll see the 18 applicants that have transmitted their records to the UK, and they are applying to as you see, different PEIs based on their area of practice. We have some going to, well, I said mostly it's electrical engineers coming from the UK. From the US, it's mostly civil engineers. So they have a variety of PEIs to apply with, whether it's civil, ICE, whether it's structural, iStruct-E, CIHT is highway and transportation. So I think you get the point. Now, you'll notice there's kind of a gap there between when they were applying and when they gained approval. It just depends. It's like it is here, board to board. There it is PEI. They have different processes. I think it mainly boils down to, in the U.S., we mainly license on demand. I mean, boards are reviewing daily, weekly, and granting PEs just that quick. In the UK, it's more like every couple of months, the committees are meeting to review applications. Grant chartered engineer status. And so if you miss that deadline, then you would have to wait. And also, if they need more information, you'd have to provide that and get in on the next review. So here are just a few actualization challenges. Well, it's what we already know. In the U.S., we license by discipline, so not one license as what they would experience going the other way. Just different processes between the jurisdictions. We know that we're in a bit of a political atmosphere where sometimes there's just reluctance to open statutes to legislative review, and there has been bill opposition. So a couple of boards that have submitted bills, they were not adopted, so they're going to try again next time. In the UK, what I've heard, because I keep in touch with the PEs that are transmitting, they have explained that, yeah, there's a bit of a turnaround time, but I think it is what it is. We aren't necessarily going to be able to speed up and give the U.S. PEs any faster experience than what the UK domestically experience. Just some of the back and forth, but really it's about beginning to understand that what it is that they need from the U.S. engineers, what's not already in their record, and what additionally they want. Just wanted to remind you all that we are here to support if your board, wants to move in that direction. We have plenty of sample language if there's any sort of need to revise and to put forth a bill for adoption. Just along the way, answering questions when those applications start to come through and sharing information. Like often it has to do with how are the other boards addressing this, that, or the other. I do have, I guess, a video, but I'm not sure we have time for that. I think I can get it to you, though, if you'd like to see it. It's only about a 3-minute, and really what it is we have some great videographers, I suppose, at NCES. And what they've done is answer the question that boards were asking, like, what is the record going to look like for an MRA? Kind of answers those questions, but I think I'll just stop right here and take any questions you have.
If it's only 3 minutes, if you have it, why don't you go ahead and play it? That might answer some of our questions.
In that, and if it's not, yeah, that's probably what made it kind of a long file. Any other questions that come to mind in the meantime as we get the video going?
Well, just a comment. I don't believe that as our statutes and regulations are written right now that it would accommodate. Yes, that's what you run into in most jurisdictions.
Some boards actually already had something that was written in a way that it basically allowed for recognition or comity pathway for jurisdictions, including international jurisdictions, with the board's consideration that process is substantially equivalent. That's basically how it's worded. And so they were able to go ahead and just note that if the NCEES has entered into this mutual recognition agreement and has already done the vetting and has established the equivalence of the two methods of chartering or licensing of registration, that allowed the board to move forward. So you get into specifics, though, when rules are written in a way that say that the FE and the PE must be taken, or that no sort of consideration beyond that or waiver. So I'm not exactly sure how your rules and statutes are written, but yeah, that would be something to start with, to look at. If there's any sort of clause in there that speaks about recognizing international comedy pathway with substantial, that could be the one that we're going to want to focus on.
Well, we will take a look at, know that there's some reference to Washington Accord, but it's been a while since I looked at that, but we'll take a look at that.
Already have that in 4022 230. Registration to engage in the practice of engineering or surveying comparable qualifications from a state, territory, or of a foreign country must be given comedy.
And that's what I was going to point out, too. There is that comedy statute that does reference foreign jurisdictions, and we won't get into legal advice out here, but I think that is a statute that can be looked at. Also, from information that Marie has provided previously, I believe that's fairly similar language to what some other states have utilized in going forward with this as well. But that's something that we can, discuss legally at the appropriate time.
We will take that under consideration and get to taking a look. Any luck with the presentation? How long will it take to get it up and running, do we think? Wish of the board, do you want to wait for the presentation or move on? Okay, let's take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll take a look at the video, and if not, we'll move on. So we're in recess. Okay, are we ready to proceed? No? Okay. All right. Well, Marie, thank you for that presentation. Mr. Clark, do you have anything else to add?
No, just that, feel free to reach out to us at the consulate as well. If there is something you need to look at statutorily, we're happy to provide support of the British government and happy to reach out. We've done that in some legislatures, obviously only if it's helpful. And like I said, we're in close contact with the South Carolina Department of Commerce, so that they're keeping an eye on this because it is part of our trade relationship moving forward, and the governor has expressed his support. So if there's any way we can be helpful in that domain as well, happy to do so.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and we will take further look at our potential action in adopting this agreement or with intent. We'll be in touch.
Anybody else have any questions?
Anybody?
I did have one question, if I may, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Besky, as far as, I guess, giving guide, if you could explain to the board a sense of kind of what this next step would be if they choose. There's been several things thrown around today, such as those who have fully adopted or implemented it versus those who have, I guess, signed some sort of intent, and what the options would be for the board as far as what the next steps would be if there was an interest in this.
Right. I suppose it's to decide as the board, would you like to go forward? And obviously, what would it take to be able to implement, opt? But at the point that you would decide yes, that would just be contacting me, and we would put together like a and you all would sign that, the board chair and NCS. And so then you begin the steps, whatever that entails. Is it rule changes? Nothing, and then, some boards have been able to turn around very quickly and start receiving the files. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the video up to show you, but I do hope that I can get that to you all to see, because that really does sort of explain what it looks like, what the record is, what it entails. It essentially includes what you're used to seeing in an application coming by way of a record. It has their, education information. It'll have their work experience very laid out and approved by a contact, though not a PE, but a chartered engineer, and it'll be reviewed by PEs. They'll have references. They just won't have PE references. They will be chartered engineer references. I think the thing that is not there that you're used to seeing are those two exams. But what we do have at the end of the record is verification that they hold chartered engineer with the PEI and that they are on that register, one of those 415 individuals standing. So, but I do hope to get that to you so that you can have a better understanding of what the record looks like, and if you should have any other questions about going forward. I hope that answers the question.
To a certain extent, I mean, for the board's information, what would the intent mean or look like as far as commitment to it and taking it then from intent to, I guess, adopt to implement?
Right. The signing is really more of a ceremonial aspect. It's not binding in any way, but it does, of course, show that good faith effort that you do want to take whatever steps necessary so that you can begin within a timeline applications. So, for example, California signed, but they're not able to implement until 2026. And we signed in 24. Other boards knew that they were much closer. For example, Nevada was really already doing this, and then North on pretty quickly, and a few others. But we have seen boards that in fact had to, as we said, submit those bills, get them through their legislatures, and begin to change any sort of rules, revise their applications online. So those are the types of steps, I suppose, that you'll need to look at. The timeline would be.
So if the board were to sign an intent and it's decided that they can or will proceed, is there another thing that they have to sign, or at that point, you just move forward with implementation?
Right, right. And it is just a matter of when the boards are ready, when they know that they have everything in place with any sort of rule, statute changes, they notify me and we add their name, their state to the list. And so that the MRA applicants know, those coming from the UK, that they can transmit to those states. Of course, we're not sending MRA records to any state except for the 12 at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the board? If not, up at a future meeting, we'll go ahead and, get it scheduled at some time and discuss it further.
Please be in touch if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, both of you, for coming and for your great presentation.
Thank you.
Moving along, we'll move into item number 10, funding requests. We have 3 requests. They're all made by Allison, and Allison contacted me yesterday and said that she had an appointment that she could not change this morning, and she will be here as soon as she can get here. And if we got to this item before she was here, asked that we could move it further down the agenda. So unless anyone has a problem with that, let's just defer this until later on today. Well, is there anyone here for the USC Mechanical Engineering funding request? Order the engineer.
Happy to speak on behalf of that because I was there. I was there last Tuesday. This conducting twice. They have a record turnout. They have big success. It is catching on. I have received the request for graduate because at that time the order of engineer is not elected, so they missed the opportunity. They were next time we're going to try to incorporate for the recent being inducted. I think it's great success in the during the
Oh, Jimmy, are you making that presentation for the order of the engineer this?
have a request. What a request! But I do know since we have a record turnout, and so the food running out. I told them probably they should probably.
I don't think we're not picking up all of your comments.
I think during the ceremony, they provide the free dinner for the induct running out because we have a record turnout. I think the money is well spent. The facility was sponsored by the mechanical engineer chair, and I think the board.
Okay, the total funding request for this or the engineer ceremony is $2,550, so it's not a huge amount. I don't see anyone else here to his presentation, so I'll accept that from Jimmy as a presentation. Is there a motion as to this funding request?
Mr. Chairman, and I applaud USC for doing this, so I will make a motion that we accept their funding request for their Order of the Engineer ceremony.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, approving this funding request, indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, this one is passed. The next two are SCSPE, so I'm sure, Lenore, unless you tell me differently, those were ones that Alice. So we will postpone 10B and 10C until she is in attendance. So the next item on our agenda today is getting into our application hearings. 11A is Ryan Longfellow.
Mr. Chairman, and I need to recuse myself from this application hearing based on a business conflict of interest.
So noted. If you will fill out the appropriate paperwork on that, record indicating Mr. Strube has recused himself. This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Ryan Longfellow. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether Mr. Longfellow should be issued a professional engineering license. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be to the chair and all responses should be verbal. My name is Gene Dinkins and I'm chair of the South Carolina Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Surveyors. The attorney assigned to advise us during the hearing is Eli Grote, Office of Vice Counsel with LLR. Other members of the board are Angela Musselwhite, Kent Stair, Tim Rickborn, Jimmy Chow, Matt Kelly, Henry Dingle. Does any other member of the board have a reason to be recused from this hearing? Hearing none, we'll proceed. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the board's statutes and regulation. Is the complete package in our materials?
Yes, sir.
What questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and other board members, Mr. Longfellow applied for professional engineer licensure by examination on April 14, 2025. He obtained a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Clemson University in May 2020. He passed the FE and early PE exam. His application was reviewed by professional members 5 times and was not approved, citing the applicant has not demonstrated the required 4 years of qualifying experience. Because the application is before you today, relevant statute includes South Carolina Code Section 40-22-220C1B, which states in part the minimum evidence satisfactory to the board that an applicant is qualified for licensure as a professional engineer includes a specific record after graduation of 4 or more years of progressive experience in engineering work supervised by a licensed engineer and of a character satisfactory to the board, and indicating that the applicant is competent to practice engineering. Regulation 49200B-2A, which states in part, the applicant should have meaningful design experience under the supervision of a registered professional engineer in designing components or processes that meet a public need. This experience should include, but is not limited to, exposure to the formation of design, problem statements and specifications, consideration of alternative solutions, feasibility, analytical calculations, and detailed systems descriptions. Regulation 49200B 2F, which states experience in construction supervision must show proficiency in engineering, computational, and problem-solving skills in assuring compliance with specifications and designs. Regulation 49200B2H, which states industrial experience should be directed toward the identification and solution of practice problems in the applicant's area of engineering specialization. This experience should include engineering analysis of existing physical systems and the design of new ones. Regulation 49200B 2I, which states work as laboratory or field technicians where such work is merely the conduct of routine explorations or data acquisition activities, shall not be considered as qualifying. In order to be qualifying, the experience should show a demonstrated and satisfactory use of basic engineering, computational, and problem-solving skills.
Thank you. Did staff subpoena anyone to be here today to answer questions we might have?
No, sir.
Is the applicant present? Yes. Are you represented by counsel?
No, I'm not.
Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Are you waiving your right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes.
Mr. Longfellow, do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
No, I do not, but I do have signed affidavits from my previous employers that I would like to hand out.
Go ahead and raise your hand to be sworn, and then after you do that, we'll let you hand out your handouts.
Yes.
You may go ahead and proceed with your handouts. Okay, Mr. Longfellow, are you ready to show us why you should be issued a professional engineering license despite the questions raised?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, you may proceed with your presentation.
Morning, members of the board. Well, first and foremost, you're receiving the signed affidavits from my previous employers, which would be Parsons Corporation for my first job, Applied Building Sciences for my second job, and then the town of Mount Pleasant for my current employer. So with my time, I'd like to address the board's denial of my PE licensure for qualifying experience. So the reason that I've been given for denial is as follows, and I would like to address each of the concerns that are given in the denial. So the reason for denial is as follows. A member of the board reviewed your application for licensure by exam and has denied your application since you do not meet the minimum qualifying experience per section 49200B2. your work experience indicates the only branch of competent expertise is civil transportation. However, experience at Parsons Corp is described as a technician/inspector. Experience at Applied Building Sciences does not seem to be related to civil transportation. Description of work at the town of Mount Pleasant seems to be that of a plan reviewer and capital projects manager. Additional clarification regarding experience clarification can be found at 49-200B to F, H, and I, which have all been stated earlier. So first, I would like to address my experience at Parsons Corp. As a technician/inspector. Per the affidavit that you have been provided, I was not simply a laboratory or field technician, as 49-200B to I states. The work I performed at Parsons was the review of construction for the purpose of monitoring compliance with drawings and specifications. This work required me to prepare and check engineering computations and provide problem-solving skills in assuring compliance with specifications and designs per 49-200B2F. So I was simply not out in the field performing laboratory work. I was out in the field as a civil engineering inspector, reviewing the construction for monitoring compliance with plans and specifications. Have any questions regarding that experience?
Why don't you make your complete presentation, and then we will have questions for you.
Okay, thank you. Two, my experience at Applied Building Sciences does not seem to be related to civil transportation. As stated earlier in the NCES presentation, the state of South Carolina does not specify engineering per branch. So I feel this point is moot as a question. I'll read the my experience form. I'll read what the state says, which is, while licensure in South Carolina is not, by classification of any specific discipline of engineering practice, an indication of the branches of engineering you consider yourself qualified to practice by reason of your education and experience must be provided to the board for evaluation of your application. So I selected civil transportation as my work experience, as in that is the most experience that I have in, and I did not feel that it was adequate to select all of the civil branches, because I don't think anybody could possibly be fully competent in every single civil engineering branch. However, the work that I've done and all of my experience incorporates a good many of the civil engineering branches. I often perform work in my current job that encompasses all of the subsections of civil engineering. Obviously, with road work, you run into geotechnical, you run into stormwater. I do things with utility engineering. I've done things in my current job with structural engineering. So at the point, I put civil transportation as that is the one that I have the most experience in. Even though my work mostly at Applied Building Sciences was of a structural nature, I still think that experience is very valuable because I do deal with structural engineering in my current job. And in general with civil engineering, you do incorporate all of the branches of civil. So for the description for 3, the description of work at the town of Mount Pleasant seems to be that of a plan reviewer and capital projects manager. Per the affidavit provided for the town of Mount Pleasant from James Aton, the work I perform at the town of Mount Pleasant is management of engineering construction projects that require the review of construction for the purpose of monitoring compliance with drawings and specifications. This work requires me to prepare and check engineering computations and provide problem-solving skills in assuring compliance with specifications and designs per 49-200B to F. If you would look at each of my affidavits for my one with Parsons, you'll see that under my job duties, that I was working under the supervision of the project administrator. I prepared and checked engineering computations, inspected construction work, and conducted field material sampling and testing. And another thing that I did was prepare sketches and assemble data for the project administrator to utilize when making changes to the project. So that is engineering, not simply laboratory or field work. And then if you would look at for the town of Mount Pleasant, that I oversee planning, design, engineering, right-of-way acquisition, bidding, and construction management of transportation capital improvement projects, and that I perform construction, transportation, traffic, geotechnical, and underground utility engineering tasks. That is all I have for my presentation. I'm free to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that information. Board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Longfellow?
Yeah.
I think you might want to move it just a little bit closer to you.
Questions that I have. In your job descriptions, you provide definitions of engineering, but you are not providing examples of what that engineering is. So, for example, in your Parsons Corporation, I was required to make analytical calculations to ensure the place material complied with the plans and FT. What kind of analytical calculations did you do? What was calculations you would have done?
I mean, there's an innumerable amount, but like for concrete testing, so I'd have to perform the water cement ratio, anything like that, or slump, or perform any of those calculations to ensure that the concrete placed was within the plans and specifications. I mean, that's a common one. For any sort of base, sub-base, when contractor would do readings of the like pound per square foot of the base material, I would have to be able to calculate that was within the plans and specifications. A specific example of an engineering study that I did with Parsons is on do you all have my latest, the full narrative of my work there? During my work on the FDOT, the reconstruction of the State Route 105 over Simpson Creek and so forth and so on. In that project, there's a biking route, and part of the issue we had was when we were in construction, we would remove one half of the bridge, rebuild it, remove another half of the bridge, and then rebuild it. So we had a lot of bikers. We had to institute a stoplight system for flagging, basically. And part of an engineering study that I did was trying to figure out what kind of extra timing we could introduce to the signal for the bikers. So that was just an engineering study that I did as part of that. I don't know what else you want that I haven't provided you as far as engineering work that I've done. That's for Parsons. I mean, that's a lot of it was doing the work in the field, managing and making sure that the construction was within the plans and specifications. I mean, in the office, I would do the tabulations for payment for the contractor. The way that the state of Florida manages their projects is the FDOT hires a consultant to run the project from the FDOT's point of view for the contractor, and that is what Parsons does. So I was essentially doing the calculations for the FDOT to prove them that the contractor was building it per their plans and specifications.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, questions there?
Couple more. Okay. Yeah. In the next job description, sorry, what was the next job?
Applied building sciences.
Applied Building Sciences. Statements that you had. I formulated the design problem or deficiency and made an engineering calculations based on the design problem, related an engineering opinion based. Give a couple of examples of what that was.
Yeah, so a lot of the work there was renovations of existing buildings. So I would go out into the field. Most of the time, it would be like termite damage, basically, in somebody's house. We would go out, make measurements of the house's structural members, basically. Go back into the office. So at that point, you would formulate your design problem. What exactly is the issue with the structure? And then from there, you would do a calculation, do whatever the structural calculations to determine what is needed for the building. More often than not, it was sistering members to existing joists. It could be more difficult depending on what the issue was. And then from there, I would make the engineering design, present it to a professional engineer, let them check over the design and the calculations, and then if it was approved, and give it to the homeowner.
What kind of standards were you using to design those?
Yeah, so that would be like ASCE 7, the International Building Code, and the South Carolina Building Codes were the most, the normal standards that were used. It would depend on the age of the building, because if you were just renovating and not upfitting, you were allowed to use the code that the building was built under as opposed to the most recent code. But if it was upfitting, then you would have to go with the most recent code.
The town of Mount Pleasant. This project required intimate knowledge of transportation and construction engineering, not limited to contemporary safety policies, complete streets principles, and geometric design standards. Explain that a little bit more. This is under the town of Mount Pleasant, Hungry Neck Boulevard corridor.
So this project was installing a raised median and then installing a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, or RRFB, on Hungry Neck Boulevard. So for for this project, as a part of that, I had to do, I'm sorry. I had to understand the geometric design of the road as it currently was for mainly slope and the drainage, because we were installing a raised median. If you just install a solid monolith of concrete and don't have any, slits in it, it's just going to cause water to pool. So I had to understand that and understand what kind of placement of those joints would be. And then as far as for the safe streets for all, that was with the radar feedback, I'm sorry, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. That was for that. And I had to understand for pedestrians crossing the street, what kind of requirements were required for that, including the ADA requirements and things like that for the amount of time it would take people to cross the street, and installing just in general the rectangular rapid flashing beacon.
Okay. Any other board members have any questions of Mr. Longfellow?
I just have one. For your time at ABS, you projects, you have a indication of approximately how many of those projects you worked on and how many were under Mr. Swaggart?
So Al Schweikart, he is the main member, so all projects are kind of under him. They're all all of mine went through him. I worked with other engineers there, but for each of the categories, are you asking? So as far as the building enclosures and engineering services, I don't have an exact number, but it was between 20 and 25 projects in that year, which is part of why I wanted to get a different job, because I did 60 hours a week for,
Any other questions from board members? Not, Mr. Longfellow, is there any additional relevant evidence that you would like for us to consider?
I believe that is everything.
Your case is submitted to the board. Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
I'll make that motion to go into executive session for legal advice.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, indicate with an aye. Aye. Opposed? We're in executive session. Would everybody please be excused? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are out of executive session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application?
I'd like to make a motion, based on the testimony and all information provided, I make a motion to deny licensure based on the applicant's inability to provide 4 years of qualifying progressive experience. However, evidence did support that work experience at ABS satisfied 1 year of experience. Testimony and evidence did not support progressive qualifying experience at Parsons and Mount Pleasant.
That's the motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please indicate with an aye. Aye. Opposed? None. So the motion passes. The decision we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Council will prepare a document that more fully expresses our conclusions in the appropriate language and format the board has traditionally used and will be the final order in this matter. The written final order will be approved and signed by the chair. If you wish to appeal this order, you must appeal to the administrative law court within 30 days of receipt of the order. This concludes the hearing. Okay, let's take about a 5-minute and really just 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, let's say at 20 till 12 for our
Just note for the record, in that prior case, Mr. Chow had to step out and did not participate in the vote.
This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Christopher Ryan Clauser. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether Mr. Clauser should be allowed to take the state-specific exam for licensure as a professional landscaper. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the chair, and all responses should be verbal. My name is Gene Dinkins, and I am Chair of the South Carolina State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Surveyors. The attorney assigned to advise us during the hearing is Eli Grote, Office of Advice Counsel with LLR. Other members of the board are Peter Strube, Angela Musselwhite, Kent Stair, Tim Rickborn, Matt Kelly, and Henry Dingle. Does any member of the board have reason to be recused from this hearing? This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the provisions of South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the board's statutes and regulations. Is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes.
What questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and other board members, Mr. Clauser originally applied for professional land surveyor licensure by examination on or about January 22nd, 2024. His education was evaluated and approved. He passed the FS and early PS exams. His application was reviewed twice by a professional member and was not approved. The reviewing member questioned the applicant having the required 4 years of experience under a registered professional surveyor and noted that the claimed experience appeared to be from a business associate relationship. As a result, the application was referred to the full board for a hearing. His most recent application was received on August 4th, 2025. Because of this issue, this application is before you today. Relevant statute includes South Carolina Code Section 40-22-225C, which in addition to the education requirement states an applicant must have a specific record of 4 or more years of progressive practical experience of a character satisfactory to the board and performed under a practicing registered professional surveyor. Regulation Section 49201A1, which states experience must be obtained under the supervision of a registered professional surveyor and must be of a character satisfactory to the board.
Did staff subpoena anyone to be here today to answer questions we might have?
No, sir.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
Are you represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, would you give us your full name and address for the record?
My name is Tracy Perlman. My address is 1940 Cheltenham Lane, Columbia, South Carolina, 29223.
Mr. Clauser, do you have witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You give full names for the record and their relationship to this matter.
Chester R. Rodney Vaughn, and he is the employer.
This time, all persons who may testify should stand and state your names for the record.
Christopher Ryan Clauser.
Or Vaughn.
Mr. Clauser, are you ready to show us why you should be allowed to take the exam despite the questions raised by staff?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Tracy Perlman, and I'm here on behalf of Christopher Clauser. I'm here to address the issues that were raised for his application, and there was actually a notice of complaint that was filed against him based on the application. The allegation was that Mr. Clauser did not have the appropriate education and he was operating under a business association and not a direct employee of Mr. Vaughn. A lot of this issue stems from the fact that he practices as an individual under a license, under an LLC. So for many years, he was in Pennsylvania. He has a company that he started for tax and business reasons only. Just like I practice under Tracy R. Perlman LLC, he practiced under Blue Acres LLC. So it's a single member LLC. It was formed in Pennsylvania solely for administrative, tax, and insurance purposes. He's done, most of the work for Blue Acres has been done for environmental and biological consulting work. He relocated to South Carolina and decided that he wanted to pursue being a land surveyor. He did not solicit business. He did not perform any surveys. He did not represent himself as a surveying firm. He is solely a LLC for mostly for tax and insurance purposes, just the same way I'm an LLC for tax and insurance purposes. At no time did he maintain any clients or perform any activities that require licensure in the state. All survey work performed by Mr. Clauser was conducted under direct supervision of Mr. Vaughn, who is here to testify if you have any questions. Mr. Clauser himself never signed, sealed, or certified any plats. His application materials disclose proper employment with Mr. Vaughn, where he worked as a surveyor in training, performing only those duties permitted under South Carolina law. He has been working with Mr. Vaughn for 4 years, which provides him the requisite amount of training. And what I would like to do now, if I may, but Lenore left the room, so Eli, I guess you can say yes or no. I'd like to submit his CV as I guess, Applicant's Exhibit 1, and then the first page of the book where he and Mr. Vaughn worked together as Applicant's Exhibit 2, if there's no objection. Thank you, sir. So I think part of the issue in this case has been a misunderstanding of the usage of an LLC as some kind of business association. Both Mr. Clauser and Mr. Vaughn are here to testify that Mr. Clauser has worked consistently and just for Mr. Vaughn for the last over 4 years. Blue Acres is really the entity he gets paid under for tax purposes, but it has never held itself out to be a surveying company. He's never done anything under that business as far as land surveying in South Carolina. You will see that Mr. Clauser has a very extensive CV. He has done a lot of work with wetlands and topographical surveys in Pennsylvania. He has been in his practice for over 20 years. He's never had a disciplinary matter. He has never had a legal issue. He is of outstanding character. And we would ask that you review the information that was given to you. As was said in the beginning, he did pass the FS exam and the early PS exam. His professional experience beyond surveying is about 31 years, but his surveying experience with Mr. Vaughn, as shown in the book, the May 26, 2021, that's why they sent me this, was the first survey they worked on together. So that was over 4 years ago. And so after reviewing this information, I'm basically asking for three things. First, that the board find that he did not do anything wrong in response to the notice of complaint that was filed against him. Because the notice of complaint was basically almost operating like an unlicensed practice. Find that he meets all the statutory requirements for the exam, and then let him sit for the state-specific exam. As I mentioned, Mr. Clauser and Mr. Vaughn are here to testify if after reviewing the document you have any additional questions.
I just want to clarify something. I'm trying to search. I don't see any complaint filed, and there's certainly the complaint's not before the board today. It's just an application hearing.
Okay, so in the LLR, there had been a complaint filed by board staff regarding the application. I don't know if that got pulled when his initial application was pulled, or maybe I'm misstating. Here it is. I'm sorry. On May, I'm sorry. So there was a complaint lodged by the board staff on March 6, 2024. Investigator Charles Turkle was assigned to the case, and it was just that he had been practicing without a COA for the period of time that he was working for Mr. Vaughn under Blue Acres. And so that's why I'm trying to flesh out the Blue Acres issue to say that that was not unlicensed practice. That was just him getting paid under his LLC instead of getting paid as an individual. And if the board,
This is an application
That's fine.
hearing, totally,
That's-
not a
that's fine,
disciplinary hearing.
and that's
So-
fine, and I'll just submit, if you decide that he was appropriately working, then I will just submit an answer back to the state for that complaint.
That's fine, but that is a different
That's fine.
issue than what we're discussing here.
That's
and-
fine, sir.
And having a hearing on today.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn it over to the board and Mr. Clauser if you have any questions for him or Mr. Vaughn.
Clauser, anything?
I guess the only statement I'd have is, I've been working with Chester Vaughn since May 26, 2021. Obviously, that's beyond my 4.5 years requirement. We have worked together since that time, and like Ms. Perlman said, specifically at that time, just being a single-member LLC, Blue Acres was a vehicle that I use in order for me to report my earnings that I received through Chester Vaughn. So that was an opportunity for me to report the earnings that I received as I worked for him. And so he issued me 1099s at that date so I could pay my taxes in South Carolina, as opposed to going through payroll that Mr. Vaughn didn't have.
Okay, well, I'll let you finish totally your presentation, and Mr. Vaughn can say anything present any information that Mr. Vaughn may have, and then we'll ask questions. So you go ahead with your entire presentation.
Vaughn, can you please state your name for the record again?
Chester R. Vaughn.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am licensed professional.
We're not picking up. You need to get in front of a microphone, please. Yeah, and go ahead and state that, all that again, please.
I am a licensed professional land surveyor in South Carolina.
And how long have you been a land surveyor?
In 1989,
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to work with Mr. Clauser?
yes,
And in what capacity has Mr. Clauser worked for you?
he has been assistant in all phases of the surveying work that we do.
And have you always paid him under his LLC?
Give him 1099s.
Okay, to the Blue Acres LLC? But he individually has done the work, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And how is Mr. Clauser as an employee?
top notch. I commend him. He'll be a credit to the profession.
And if he obtains licensure, would you be willing to hire him as part of your firm?
Absolutely.
And is there anything about his skills that you've seen that gives you any pause or cause for concern?
No.
Okay. And testimony that he has been working for you since May of 2021?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Anything else from your
No, sir.
applicant's perspective?
No, sir. I mean, I think the application is complete. I believe the biggest issue in the application was the 4 years of continuing practice. We provided his CV. You have Mr. Vaughn testifying that he has been working with him since May of 2021. I believe all the other requirements have been met. There was no other deficiencies noted to me or to Mr. Clauser, and at this time, I would just ask that you allow him to sit for the state-specific exam.
Okay, thank you. I have a question first. I'm a little bit confused on the Blue Acres LLC and the Clauser and the Mr. Vaughn. So who worked for Mr. Vaughn? Who was getting paid by Mr. Vaughn?
Mr. Clauser worked for Mr. Vaughn, except he gets paid under his LLC as Blue Acres LLC.
So has Mr. Clauser been an employee of Mr. Vaughn?
He has been. He has been a 1099 employee of Mr. Vaughn. And if you look at the statutory definition of a person, it includes a firm, a person, a corporation. So the fact that he's worked as a 1099 employee under a different name should not impact who did the work. It's very similar, like I said, to anyone who is a single member LLC who, for tax purposes, files a Schedule C as part of their taxes for their business. It just gives you certain tax and insurance benefits, but it doesn't mean you didn't do the work.
So Blue Acres was actually engaged to do the work, and then Mr. Clauser worked for Blue Acres.
No, sir. Mr. Clauser is Blue Acres. Blue Acres is a single member LLC. He's the only person in that LLC. And so other than for tax purposes, really, they are one and the same. You file your personal taxes, and then you file a Schedule C for your business taxes. And like I said, there are certain implications on the filing. But it would be incorrect to say that Blue Acres did the work when the work can't be done by an LLC. It was done by the single member of the LLC, and that was Mr. Clauser.
Okay.
Excuse me. Our laws require they got to be under direct supervision of Mr. Vaughn, which it sounds like you were. But were you actually a direct employee of Mr. Vaughn? That's what's causing us a little heartburn right now, because you were your ownership was Blue Acres LLC, but you are on record with Mr. Vaughn as being his employee.
So for all, and I'll let Mr. Vaughn answer the question too, but for all intents and purposes, so you can have employees in two different ways. You can have a W-2 employee or you can have a 1099 employee. Both are employees, they just get paid differently. As you know, for a 1099 employee, you don't take out the taxes. They are responsible for taking out their own taxes. That does not make them not an employee. It just makes them an employee who is responsible for their own tax deductions. At the time that Mr. Clauser came to work for Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Vaughn does not have a payroll system set up. He's been a solo for many, many years.
Sure.
And so because he did not have a payroll system set up, and because setting up a payroll system is costly, and it's costly to his business if he has to file the employee taxes, payroll taxes, SSI taxes. So instead, he's paid Mr. Clauser as a 1099, which has allowed him to put the tax obligation back to Mr. Clauser instead of putting it on himself. And I will allow him to answer any other questions you have regarding that.
Question. During that period of time, was the work time like a normal 40-hour week or more?
We didn't always work 40 hours. Sometimes we'd work 30 hours. It depended on the projects that we had.
60.
Or 60, yeah.
But as far as relation to the work, whatever work there was, it was done together. So if they had a slow week, it was done together. If they had a busy week, it was done together.
I've got a couple of questions. First, Mr. Vaughn, how long have you been licensed in the state of South Carolina? If I threw out January 9th, 2022, does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your firm has been
2022.
licensed since March 30th, 2022? Okay.
2022 or?
2022?
I'm sorry.
That doesn't seem right.
That doesn't seem right, but I think that's what showed up.
Can I ask, board staff should have the records, and can I ask board staff to clarify, please?
Chester Vaughn was originally as a surveyor on January 9th, 2002.
So if I look at Chester R. Vaughn LLC, it shows up as March 30th, 2022.
Correct.
Ms. Miles, can I clarify that that was the COA at that point?
That was a COA, and my mistake, I actually wrote the wrong date down whenever I looked.
Well, having spoken to Mr. Vaughn for quite some time now, I was pretty sure it was longer than 2022.
Well, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
So. With regard to Blue Acres LLC, Mr. Cloud, that by your CV, you president, principal biologist there from 2007 to 2021, but what I'm hearing today is that that company is kind of still, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, and it's active from what Ms. Perlman indicated as basically a pass-through for tax reasons?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was the engineer in responsible charge, or I mean surveyor in responsible charge for that time period? Because you indicate performed extensive topo surveys, GPS work, but
Most of those were in Pennsylvania, or all of those were in Pennsylvania while I was with Blue Acres, and they were under engineers and surveyors there. I have a staff member in Pennsylvania that's a PLS, part-time staff member.
thank you for clearing that.
Mr. Cloud, how long have you been in South Carolina?
Since July 5th, 2000.
Mr. Clauser, as I understand it, you're a surveyor, and you have worked for another surveyor, and you've done that for more than 4 consecutive years and performed full-time surveying the entire period of time?
Yes, sir.
Question here is, you are technically employed by an LLC, which is set up, as you say, for tax or other reasons, but it's not doing any surveying, you're doing the surveying.
That's correct, yeah. Through Chester Vaughn, we were doing the surveying through his company.
You were the one seeking to take the exam, not the LLC.
That's correct.
Yes, Lenora, do you have the board education review when education was approved? Surveying certificate from curious if that is part of meeting the education requirement.
This application has been reviewed by our education consultant and did meet the education requirements.
Did it use the degree from Trident Tech that was 12/01/22, 2020?
Sure.
Liza, you have a 4-year degree?
Yes, sir.
What institution? And in what?
Oh, I have a 4-year degree from Edinburgh University and a bachelor from Edinburgh University and associate's degree from Pennsylvania State University.
What field?
Biology and wildlife technology.
There were 3 transcripts that were sent. Trident Tech and at Edinburgh University. And then, like, we also have a Pennsylvania Western University.
Edinburgh University's new name is Pennsylvania Western University.
All of those were submitted for review.
Was the Trident Technical College used as part of the?
We sent all of them for review, and then it came back as approved. He didn't specify.
And actually, this application hearing, the education has been approved. This is about the experience.
What I'm trying to get to is, when is the experience going to be qualified? It's after the degree, correct?
No, that's incorrect. In surveying, it can qualify before a degree. That's the way it is. You can get credit for your 4 years of experience prior to gaining the education, which is totally different from engineering. So, any other questions from the board? Clauser or Ms. Perlman, do you have anything else, any other relevant information that you would like for us to consider?
I would just like you to consider Mr. Clauser's background. He is an upstanding citizen, a fine person. He has worked for Mr. Vaughn, who speaks very highly of him. He has taken all the preliminary exams. He's passed them all on the first attempt. His education has been approved. And so I would ask you to allow him to sit for the state specific exam. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Your case is submitted, and the board will take it under advisement. Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
I make that motion.
Have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're now Okay, we are now out of executive session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application?
Chairman, in the application hearing of Christopher Clauser, and based on the testimony and the information provided today, I move that we approve his experience to sit for the state-specific exam, subject to all other conditions being met. What I mean by that is his plats have yet to be reviewed and checked.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor indicate with an eye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, this concludes the hearing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to go back to items 10B and 10C, funding request. Allison, I see that you are here, so we'll do that, and then we're going to break for lunch. But one.
Hello, I'm Allison King. I'm representing SESPE today, and I have two funding requests for you guys. So the first one, if y'all don't mind, I'm going to talk about the fall symposium, which is tomorrow. I'm going to let you know that we are going to reduce the request because we ended up getting the rental space for free. So we originally, asked for $7,000. We got free rental. So I would like to reduce my request to $6,000. But is there any questions you want to have? We used to do, just back note, and if I'm talking too much, just tell me to stop. But we used to do this for years. COVID kicked it. It hasn't done well since then. So we are trying to get it reinstated. We're doing it both virtually and in person. It's going to be in Greenville this year. Greenville always seemed to have the highest numbers of attendees. Are we back to where we were? No. But I think we said we'd have 100 attendees. We have a little less than 50. So unfortunately, that doesn't change the price of the speaker. So our request is now, instead of $7,000, it's down to $6,000. But I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Questions? Any reason why the attendees is down?
I don't know. Ever since COVID, certain things have had a hard time recovering. And for some reason, this program, we used to do it three places across the state and would sell it out. We would do Rock Hill, Greenville, and Charleston. And then COVID hit and we went down, and then we just cut it out for a few years. And then we heard that, we're interested in that again. But unfortunately, the numbers are not back to where we had them.
Okay, so request for $6,000. Is there a motion?
I make the motion, do we approve it?
Motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an eye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The request is approved. Do please change.
I'll resend it. Yes, sir. I was talking to Adam about it this morning because he just found out that they were going to credit us the location. So I'll resend all the information to you, Lenora. All right, our next one is, I get kind of excited about this one. We call it EPIC. So it used to be what we called the winter meeting, but now we've tied in with DOT, DES, Office of Resilience, and I think I forgot an entity. But last year we had over 300 people come. It was our first time, so we were really surprised at that number. So we're calculating for 250 this year, hoping, me and numbers, I need higher than that. But this is a one-day seminar that you get, I believe, 8 hours. I should have known that before I came in here. It's put on by, 6, excuse me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to misspeak. But we've really tried to tie in with these other state agencies, and it seemed to really pull a lot of people. So that was another thing that was dying. We had gotten down to about 50, and last year we started this instead, and it pulled, I say 300, it was like 290 something. So we're making our request this year. And I have, any questions that you have, please ask me. It pulled a lot of people. It's got a very strong environmental program. Used to be environmental and business, and now we're doing more environmental, and I don't know, just general. Because we know that business, we have to watch with the number of PDHs that we provide, so.
All-day seminars, are these separate
It's a 1 day, all day, 2 breakouts. So it starts at 8 in the morning and it ends at 4:50.
Questions?
Chairman, I'll just make a comment. If they get 250 people, 6 PDHs, that breaks down to $10 per PDH. And I think that's a pretty wise investment. You're not going to find PDHs online or in person any cheaper than that.
Motion.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the funding request. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You've got it. Thank you. We're going to take about a, let's say until 1:15 a lunch. We will continue with our board meeting today. This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Marvin S. Kavanaugh, Jr. The purpose of this hearing is to determine Mr. Kavanaugh's eligibility and qualifications for examination and licensure as a professional land surveyor. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the chair and all responses should be verbal. My name is Gene Dinkins and I am chair of the South Carolina State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Surveyors. The attorney assigned to advise us during the hearing today is Eli Grote, Office of Advice Counsel with LLR. Other members of the board today are Peter Strube, Angela Musselwhite, Kent Stair, Tim Rickborn, Matt Kelly, and Henry Dingle. Does any member of the board have reason to be recused from this hearing? Hearing none, we will proceed. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the provisions of South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the board's statutes and regulations. Is the complete application package in our materials?
Yes.
What questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and other board members, Mr. Kavanaugh originally applied for professional land surveyor licensure by examination on or about September 6, 2024. His education was approved. He passed the Fundamentals of Surveying exam. His NCEES record indicates a total of 11 years and 10 months of surveying experience, with 8 years and 6 months under the supervision of a licensed surveyor. The application was reviewed 4 times by professional members who questioned whether the applicant had 4 years of qualifying surveying experience, expressing concern that the applicant had not demonstrated or documented 4 years of progressive surveying experience. Applicant subsequently took and passed the PS exam in September 2025 as a North Carolina candidate. It is also noted that the required plats for applicant have not yet been approved. In view of foregoing, this application is before you today. Relevant statute includes South Carolina Code Section 40-22-225C, which in addition to the education requirement states an applicant must have a specific record of 4 or more years of progressive practical experience of a character satisfactory to the board and performed under a practicing registered professional surveyor. Regulation Section 49201A1, which states experience must be obtained under the supervision of a registered professional surveyor and must be of a character satisfactory to the board.
Did staff subpoena anyone to be here today to answer questions we might have?
No, sir.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, I am.
Are you represented by counsel?
I am not.
Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you waiving your right to have an attorney represent you today? Mr. Kavanaugh, do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
Do not. I do have a handout.
Well, if we'll let you hand that out in just a minute, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
I do.
Kavanaugh, if you'd like to give us your handout, you can do that, and then we would be glad to have you tell us why you think you should be allowed to sit for the examination. Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, you may proceed to show us why you should be allowed to sit for the examination and why you're eligible for licensure despite the questions raised.
Sure. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today to talk through my progressive experience. And it is not a traditional path. I have over 40 years that I've been in the surveying business, and I'll address why and why now. But the first thing I want to do is I want to own immediately the challenges associated with the application. I've not gone through the NCES process before, and how do I separate my engineering and surveying and my attempts to do that. So I do own that, and I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and present wholeheartedly my experience. So that I wanted to do that from the beginning. I could have done a better job of putting that application together. So today, what I would like to do is to answer why now. I'm 59 years old. I have been in the business since 1979, and some of the information I'll be sharing and that you'll see will sort of talk about the foundational experience that I've had all the way through the technology that I operate today, robotic instruments and GPS, RT equipment. So the first thing is to say, yes, I appreciate the update. I have passed the FS and the PS. I'm looking to take the South Carolina state-specific exam. That's why I'm here today. And in the why now, it's pretty simple. I have been surveying, as I said, all of my life. My father, you'll hear more about that relationship and my surveying experience with him. He is one of my PLS testimonials today that I'll be presenting. And this packet, incidentally, I should have mentioned, is tabbed. I encourage go through or whatever, but I will get us back on pace as we move through it because I think the information is relevant because it provides the full record. But the why now is I'm transitioning my engineering and surveying company to the next generation of owners within my company. And I now have the time to do something that I've been wanting to do for my entire life, that I am passionate about. And working with a career coach as I've been getting ready for my next phase, I want to be active and involved. She asked one of the questions. She said, what do you lose track of time doing? And it is surveying, it is research, it is boundary, it's sniffing out irons, the things that I haven't been able to do until recently for a while. And so this has been a great journey really over the past 5 or 6 years to rekindle and to get back in the field and to move this forward. So that's the why. The other piece is becoming very active with the young surveyors, the professionals, the single firms that haven't really got a pathway for new registration and leadership. I've done that within my company, as you'll see several of the PLSs that now have their own businesses, and I want to do that same thing primarily in the coastal community. I live in Charleston or in Johns Island, South Carolina. So looking at the progressive nature, and this is where I really keyed in. I'm an affiliate member of the South Carolina Society of Professional Land Surveyors, and I sat in on a young surveyors meeting. I remember this board came and spoke about licensure. What's the path to licensure? Talked about the decoupling, the education, the experience, and also the examination. And I keyed in on the definition, and I'll quote, "The board looks at experience is not strictly that you've walked in the woods for 4 years. We're looking for office work, calculations, mapping, boundary decisions, GIS, working on the management side of the business." That's precisely what my career has been and my engagement since 1979 that I have been associated in the land surveying business in one phase or aspect of this entire journey. But until now, I've not had the time to go through the additional education that was required, the process of examination in either North or South Carolina. So if you look at the binder with me, please, what I have first is about 7 pages. We won't read through it, but that describes in very, very descriptive detail what I should have put in the original application, the experience and the basis that I work from. process when I started of how to sniff out a boundary. A chain, a dip needle, a compass that sat on a bush axe. We followed a deed. We followed that course, and to go and dig out the physical evidence in the field. That's how I started. Given back sights, front sights, plumb bob. These field books document where I was the back rodman, the front rodman, and instrument man, where I learned on a transit just like this how to take the back sight, lock in the bottom motion, open the top motion, turn the angle, read the angle with a magnifying glass and the vernier, the basics, the fundamentals of surveying. My dad instilled with me at the early age, it either is or it isn't. You were either over the point when good was hollered or you're not. And that understanding of it, listening to the client, not giving up, moving forward and sniffing out that boundary and finding those irons. So it's foundational of the work that was done. Moving forward, obviously leveling, establishing a grid, an A through L grid, 25 feet, 0 plus 25 plus 50, taking shots, running level loops, taking those elevations and putting those on fade-out blue grid paper that we then manually interpolated. These are the things and the fundamentals of how it was taught. Now, of course, it's DTM, digital terrain modeling. This is the progressive aspects of keeping up the whole way through in the companies that I will be describing along the way. Calculations, I started with a 9815. There was no coordinate storage. It was northing and eastings in a printout on fade-out blue grid that you then overlaid the Mylar or the vellum, took the repeatograph pins, the double noughts, the noughts, making sure that the plunger worked in the pin, that we're actually able to map and to develop the plats. When I moved to Fred Davis, I was excited because I learned the Leroy, the scriber system, and then even more excited when we bought the first Muto, which was actually doing typing of lines that we then would have it scribe and put on the plans. When I moved to Hobbs Upchurch, and each of these are companies that I'll be describing, it progressed, and my work progressed with DCA, with the calculations, with Sofdesk of advancing. That's what's in the first pages here. After that, in the color pages that look like this to get caught up if you're behind or ahead, are the specific surveying sheets from Cavanaugh and Associates, PA. I wanted to show these because this was a challenge. Every firm I've worked for, my dad, Marvin S. Cavanaugh and Associates, strictly surveying. J. Fred Davis, big S, little e, more of land development, surveying, smaller engineering. Then to Hobbs Upchurch, it was sort of 50-50. To then Cavanaugh and Associates, engineering and surveying. Every aspect of this surveying's been my life, and I've been in it, whether it's the physically in the field, developing the contracts, developing the liability coverage and the policies, making sure that the equipment was there, the decision for ground penetrating radar for the Asheville office on one of the projects that we said, hey, this is a way to really enhance our work out there on ALTAs and other things. So the sheets there, you'll see that's boundary, easements, environmental enhancement projects. I want to flip the tab now to the 9 professional land surveyors who have gone on record and have specifically said, everything that I'm saying to you is corroborated by these letters. These 9 professionals and others, the number of texts that I got coming up the road today from my Charleston surveyors, like supporting me, go get it, go do it, supporting. I've got an incredible network of surveying friends that see exactly what I see, which is me as a land surveyor in South. The first letter is from Norman Scott. Norman Scott's been working with my father, he was working with my father in 1979 when I started. He and I have stayed close for 45 years. 3 weeks ago, I was in the field with him, side by side, testing my MLET RS3 Basin rover and his hemisphere to see who was better in the trees. How could we do? What could we see? We got around 69 acres together in Stokes County, North Carolina. Norman talks about my progressive experience. The next one is Gary Culp. Gary Culp was the surveyor in responsible charge for Hobbs Upchurch and Associates, which is the firm after Fred Davis. Fred Davis has passed. He was the only licensed surveyor. I couldn't get a reference from him. My dad was deeply connected to Fred because he was his party chief. So there is that connection. But Gary Culp attests to my surveying experience at Hobbs Upchurch and Associates. The next one is from Kenny Rock. Kenny Rock was not registered at the time, but he was the party chief that I worked closely with as a young project engineer and project manager, where we were going and gathering surveying data. We did a lot of sanitary sewer easements that had to run through new existing lots. We were running sewer in the back of properties. We had to go find those irons. We had to develop the easement plats, get those recorded. Then we moved to West Cole Surveying and Design. Now we're talking about land surveyors that worked for Kavanaugh and Associates, PA, the company that I founded, the president and CEO of. These surveyors that now are attesting was that I was actively involved in the business. They worked for me, and I was engaged in their work product. We are a small company of where we actually were connected at every step. Wes was the PLS until he left to form his company, and I still stay very close to him today. After him was Chris Gagney. He's now with McAdams. He worked in the Asheville office as the lead professional land surveyor. Very close with him today as well. Then Barry Creed, he ran the Winston-Salem surveying and for Kavanaugh and Associates, PA, and specifically talking about my active engagement and involvement. I've repeated 2 letters that are already on record. One is from Russell Gardner from the Charleston area. Russell is with ESP. We also have a kinship, and then I was from Stokes County, and he was from Virginia, and we have done so much discussion about boundaries and things that I'm discovering in the Charleston area. He's helped me get acclimated to kind of where things are and how things work, as have other professional land surveyors in the Charleston area. Torrey Wagner, still a partner of mine. He became the surveyor in responsible charge at Kavanaugh and Associates when he was licensed in 2009 and took that role from my dad. And then the last letter, my father, Marvin Kavanaugh, license number 5813, and I am to this day super excited. At 85 years old, he and I are surveying together and talking about boundaries and retracements, the one that I will share at the end here of the work that I'm bringing forward, but we still talk it through, and he ultimately is the sealing and signing land surveyor, but we have had the opportunity to work closely. He provides that 40-plus year history. I should have brought this out. This is the blue flagging that I tied. That's the color that I will use when I'm registered on every guard stake and every iron that gets put in the ground, because that was the color that he uses. And I didn't bring it out, but if any of you remember planting a bush axe, putting a compass on and doing a bearing, that's the compass that was done. So I want to now flip over to the third tab, which is about boundary. I realize and I appreciate and agree that boundary and retracement is a key element in land surveying, and something that if I was on this board and I look to is that the fundamentals of understanding how to walk every step, retrace, don't stop looking for the physical evidence in the field, understand the intent. So I'm very proud of this letter from Jared Wilson with East Tennessee State University, writing that I got a 98.3. He and I had a number of conversations because I was an older guy that had boundary experience, and with a number of calls that we would have kind of offline. Next tab, the fourth tab, next to last tab, is client testimonials. These are projects that I have been doing with Dad, and I asked the clients if they would be willing to write a letter. The first one was from Patrick Schroeder, second from David Thompson, and then the third and the fourth, I want to talk about those because those are exciting to me, because this was a boundary dispute. This is in Hollywood, South Carolina, a boundary dispute, and the problem was the client that Dad and I were working for, Laura Jones, that's Damon Jones's son. Damon Jones is the son. In her plat, or in her deed, it referenced an incorrect recorded plat. And a dock was built, and the way it works in projection and coastal, and most of the surveyors know this, the dock has to be built on the projection line. Her dot had her property line had a crook in it, and if it had been just on the projection line, it would have been in violation. The more I was looking at it, and it was a contested boundary line between the two property owners that were there, I went back, looked at Jack Callahan's deed, found where the proper recorded plat, there was a land swap that was done. It wasn't accurately recorded in her deed, and it actually preceded. It should have been in that deed. Anyway, solving that situation, having both of them see it, understand it, and resolved it. And that gets to one of the major things my dad has taught me. Do not cause a problem. Son, do not cause a problem. Our job is to research the evidence that's there on the ground and to put it back as best you can, as defensible as you can, but we don't go to solve problems. This is the challenge with the pin cushion effect, with so many irons that get just driven up beside a foot apart. So, and then there's one more from a client in North Charleston. It was for a Lomar. I told him that I wasn't the best suited that Dad and I weren't, gonna do that one, but gave him a referral. His comments immediately, one of the most professional responses. The last tab, and I'll close, is boundary and retracement. What I have is 803 LC. This is a plat that Dad and I did that's going to be recorded next week, Charleston County Register of Deeds, through the plat and plan review process. And the thing I want to point to is the documentation, the survey report. These are the survey reports and the level of detail that I expect, that I have as a professional would expect, but it also is, as my dad taught me when I saw him getting ready for being a court-appointed surveyor, of how are you retracing it, how are you documenting the decisions that you've made. So it may be hard for you to find, but it's about 4 pages in. I'm going to hold it up just so you'll see it for the record, but this is the rough draft. This is the way we used to do it, of having the rough drafts and the corners and the things that we actually found, the physical evidence in the field. In this case, I'm doing the lot at the corner, but I had to recreate the entire block. I had to make sure that there were no overlaps and no gaps. If you go to the last page in the handout and then back one, you will see a 3/4 inch iron that was found at a fence. That iron was found on my 3rd trip as I'm going to set that pin. And I'm seeing this, that now it looks like it should have been there in plain sight, but for some reason I missed it. Well, also, for some reason, the surveyor that platted the adjacent lot missed it, flipped back 1 page. And you'll see there's 1.5 inch open top offline. You'll see that the fence is now an encroachment. This is the extra effort and the foundational experience that, in my opinion, is what this profession needs. So as I close, this is one of many, but this is my track record, my history, my experience. Every step, every company I've been in, I have been connected to the surveying. I'm leaving here, I'm getting in my truck, and I'm driving to Wallace, North Carolina, and I'll be staking a wastewater treatment facility for Cavanaugh Associates. We still are doing surveying. And that's because the company knows in my next phase that that's what I want to do. So with that, I hope that the board will ask questions, that I'll be able to answer those, and I would like to be able to sit for the South Carolina state-specific exam.
Kavanaugh, thank you for your presentation. Board members, do you have any questions?
I'll have to say that's the best presentation I've ever. Maybe even some of the engineers that we've heard from.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle.
Clear. Yeah, but I'm still interested.
Just a general question. Did I hear you say you live in Charleston?
Yes, I do. I live in Johns Island, South Carolina. Yes, sir.
And where is your office?
I have no office. I'm working with my dad. I have people that know that I am looking to survey, and they've asked, and I said, I don't have a license. My father is registered in South Carolina, and so we're getting a chance to work together.
So do you work for Cavanaugh and Associates now?
Yes, I still work for Cavanaugh Associates, and I'm doing part-time surveying with Dad.
They are located where?
We went virtual about probably 11 years ago. So I've been working out of South Carolina since 2020. When I say virtual, our footprint went national. And so we gave up bricks and mortar offices, and so everyone is working out of their home, and then we have common shared location.
So is there a corporate physical address?
Yes, yes, of course. It's in Winston-Salem. I can get you the exact street address. It's in Winston-Salem where I founded the company in October of '95. Yes, sir.
Kavanaugh and Associates.
Kavanaugh and Associates, PA. That's right.
So well, do you have a COA in South Carolina?
No, I do not have a COA in South Carolina.
Does the company does not then?
I'm not surveying for.
I don't think we're getting that.
Yes, I'm not surveying for Kavanaugh and Associates, PA. My partners and the company is fully aware that I am surveying with Marvin Kavanaugh, my father, who is registered in South Carolina as an individual.
So you are surveying for him individually and not through
That's correct.
Kavanaugh and Associates?
Yes, sir. As is noted as an example on the LC plat, you'll see his address and his seal.
So you found
Yes, sir.
that's the North Carolina company.
Yes, sir. We're licensed through the NC Bells of North Carolina. Yes, sir, in good standing.
You're still president of that company.
I am. We're officially transitioning, but it'll be over a period of years where I'll still stay somewhat active. I have a lot more free time for surveying and being a part of the South Carolina surveying community, but I still will be active in some sales and some board activities. Yes, sir.
How many PLSs does Kavanaugh and Associates have?
Let's see. I think at this time, Dad is officially retired, so I think it is Tory Wagner is the only PLS. So I think we have one PLS. Yes.
Still employed by Kavanaugh and Associates?
Yes, I am.
My question is, your dad, did he live in Newberry County at one time?
No, sir. He's from Richlands, eastern North Carolina, and then the majority of his time when he was transferred with the Highway Department was in Winston-Salem and then Stokes County.
There was never Martin Kavanaugh up in that part of the state?
Not that I know of, but I'll ask him.
Can you quickly run down, very quickly, you worked under this surveyor for so many years, this surveyor. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
do that for me?
Yes, sir. I worked under Marvin Kavanaugh for, we've been doing things not in a full-time role, so that may be the challenge or the question that you're asking. But from 79 until 84 for Marvin Kavanaugh. I worked for J. Fred Davis Jr. His license number in North Carolina was 3333. I know that from years. From 1984 until 1989. I then worked for Gary Culp, and his letter is in here, from 1989 until I formed the firm in 1995. I then started working for my father under his license, which was North Carolina 1148, from 1995 until 2009. Which then I was working under the licensure of Tory Wagner, and technically Tory is still a partner and still a professional land surveyor on the board at North Carolina.
I've got a follow-up question, if I may. I saw your application, and it appears that you are a professional engineer, correct?
Yes, sir.
that most of your career for the last 30 years has been in the engineering field.
And that's the mistake. That's the mistake that
Explain that to us.
Yes, sir. That's the mistake that I made in the original application, because you had to pick one. I actually am showing on my NCES record as a part-time employee of Kavanaugh and Associates because of the way that the time was divided, and I should have done a better job. We're a small firm. I've been active in all aspects. I should have properly claimed that time, and that's what has caused the problem, in my opinion. But many of you have engineering and surveying firms, and you know what I'm talking about. You're actively engaged in it. I mean, it was every aspect. Whether I was in the field or not, it meets the definition of corporate equipment, knowing what's going on, sitting in the client meetings, negotiating indefinite delivery quantity contracts with NCDOT, as an example, with City of Winston-Salem. I was in the business. But I made a mistake in the application.
So over the last, let's say, 25 years, what is your primary function been at Kavanaugh and Associates? Engineering, surveying?
Corporate management. I am the president and CEO, so there was that role. But which hat do you want to put in? I'd say maybe 30%, 33 1/3% across the board. Management, sales, engineering, surveying, to make a stab at it.
Quick question. At what point did you transition to that part-time role at Kavanaugh Associates? A more rigorous part of the surveying with your...
Probably 4 years ago. Probably 4, when I started this transition plan.
During that 4 years, what would you say the percent of...
Maybe 20%, but it was always above and beyond. It was always weekends, and it was not a prescriptive, okay, I'm clocking in at this. It'd be hard to say, but I would say maybe that level.
Mr. Chairman, I follow up on that. Was there any time either at Davis or Hobbs that you were full-time surveying, or?
I would say at Fred Davis and J. Fred Davis and Associates, yes, because he did some engineering work, but it was, as I described it, a big S, little e. But what I was doing was subdivision layout, mapping, design. I was a field crew coordinator, developing radial stakeout packages for the field crew, processing the field data that came in, closures.
When was that time frame?
That was 1984 to 1989.
On your application, you had 2 years, 11 months, of which you said 75% was surveying. And looking down at Hobbs, you had 6 years and 5 months, but you indicated only 5% of that was surveying.
And that was a mistake. That's been part of the problem. When I went back and for preparation of this hearing, and when I kept being shocked that my application was not approved, it's because I thought I had enough time, clearly had enough time. But the reality of it is the work that I was doing, and what Gary Culp has attested to and Kenny Rock has attested to, is I was doing surveying. I was leading the crews as a project manager for Hobbs, Upchurch and Associates. That's specifically why I brought those 2 letters, was to verify that. And the challenge of the application.
What does leading the crews mean?
Means in the field, Gold Course design at Camp Lejeune, of actually saying, okay, we're putting in new irrigation. What we need to do now is we're gathering this topography for this corridor that we're doing, physically being in the field. In that case, I was probably running the front, having an instrument man that was there that was taking the data, and then we came back and then I processed the data using DCA software and AutoCAD and developed the corridor path. That's an example of leading the crew.
That was in 89 to 95.
89 to 95, yes, sir. Bless you.
Well, I guess Mike, I'm going to go back, and I agree with Mr. Dingle that it was a very good presentation, but I'm still trying to gather, from what you said and in here, documentation that shows that whether or not if it was listed 5%, or now you're saying maybe it was more than 5%, or if it was 20% or whatever, cumulatively over since the 1985 up to here, you say 8 years, 6 months or whatever, and I don't see how that all adds up. And so again, and I think that's what Mr. Dingle was trying to do is, how do you add up to it, and what can you provide or what can you say that is somewhat documentation as far as a minimum of 4 years?
I appreciate the question, and I understand the reason for the question. My attempt of putting these land surveyors that have gone on record that have said that I was actively involved in surveying, it's been over that entire time frame, from 1985 till now. And they have said, and so if it's in the field, and that was the thing that I was really appropriately struck by on the definition, the modern definition. It's everything. It's calculations, it's active involvement, it's management. That, I have more than that, substantially more than that. But I understand your question, but I do not have working for a single land surveyor sequentially that time, but collectively I have way more. And at the categories that have been at least described by this board as meeting the modern definition of progressive land surveying. But me walking in the woods for 4 years collectively, I have not done that.
Any other questions of Mr. Kavanaugh? Hearing none, is there a motion as to the disposition of this application, or is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice? Mr. Kavanaugh, before we do that, is there anything else that you would like for us to consider at this time? Closing statement or whatever you want?
Yes, a closing statement to say, I realize that it's not the traditional pathway, but is the pathway that has been informed by experience. And I would ask this board to consider everything that you've heard and that I've demonstrated and discussed today. I also want to say, again, I accept full responsibility for the application and the challenges that that's presented. I could have done a better job. I had not gone through this before with the NCES. It's been a while. So that's my closing statement.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved. I make a motion that we go into executive session for legal advice.
Look at that.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
And a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're out of executive session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in the application here of Marvin Kavanaugh Jr., and based on the testimony and information provided today, I move that we approve his experience to sit for the state-specific exam, subject to all other conditions being met. And that, of course, is your plats have not been reviewed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. This concludes this hearing.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Mr. Kavanaugh, before you go, unlike the rest of these people, I'm not an engineer or a land surveyor. I'm a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't make it as a surveyor, or if at another later time in life you decide to have a midlife crisis, I urge you to consider law and call me before you call anyone else, okay?
Thank you so much.
Very nicely done.
Kanisha, thank you. You have been patient with me, and I appreciate the professionalism that you have given to me as an applicant. So, and this board as well.
How nice, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Help with all that. There's a big old strong boy back there.
Okay, we're moving on to item 11D. This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Stephen A. Waterlich. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether Mr. Waterlich should be allowed additional time to take and pass the PE fire protection exam and to undergo the committee review process for professional engineering licensure pursuant to SC Code Section 40-22-222B. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the chair and all responses should be verbal. My name is Gene Dinkins and I'm chair of the South Carolina State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Surveyors. The attorney assigned to advise us during the hearing is Eli Grote, Office of Advice Counsel with the LLR. Other board members are Peter Strube, Angela Musselwhite, Kent Stayer, Tim Rickborn, Matt Kelly, and Henry Dingle. Does any member of the board have reason to be recused from this hearing? This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the provisions of South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the board's statutes and regulations. Would the board administrator please provide a brief summary of the background of this matter?
Mr. Chairman and other board members, Mr. Weidlich previously appeared before the board for a hearing on March 8, 2022, and a written order was issued by the board on March 18, 2022. As noted in the order, Mr. Weidlich applied to the board for professional engineer licensure as an engineering technology graduate in November 2016, and on or about March 29, 2017, a board administrative staff member made a mistake and erroneously issued Mr. Weidlich a professional engineer licensure. As noted in the order, the error was not discovered until July 1, 2021, at which time the license was administratively canceled. The board's March 18, 2022 order provided in part, petitioner does not meet the statutory requirements for professional engineer licensure, and therefore the license erroneously issued to him in 2017 shall be designated as pending until such time as he is approved by the board for professional engineer licensure pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 40-22-222B, but no later than December 21st, 2024. The board waives the requirement that petitioner pass the FE exam and approves petitioner to take the PE fire protection exam. Once petitioner takes and passes the PE fire protection exam, he may submit a written request to the board to undergo the committee review process for professional engineer licensure pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 40-22-222B, which must be completed by December 31st, 2024. In April 2024, Mr. Weidlich requested an extension of the deadline set forth in the board's order. This request was considered by the board at its May 14th, 2024 meeting, and a written order was subsequently issued on July 1st, 2024. Pursuant to this order, the board granted Mr. Weidlich a one-year extension of the deadlines set forth in the prior order. Mr. Weidlich has attempted the PE exam twice, but has not passed the exam. It is staff's understanding that Mr. Weidlich is seeking additional time to allow for a third attempt to take and pass the PE fire protection exam and to go through the committee review process.
Did staff subpoena anyone to be here today to answer questions we might have?
No, sir.
Is Mr. Waterlich present?
Yes.
Are you represented by counsel?
No.
Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
Are you waiving your right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes.
Mr. Weidlich, do you have witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
No.
If not, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Yes.
Mr. Weidlich, are you ready to present your request and show why you should be granted additional time to take and pass the PE fire protection exam and to undergo the committee review process?
Yes.
You may proceed.
So I have attempted the exam twice, and the key areas that I have not been successful in is the thermal sciences area, thermodynamics, which in fire protection is in many different subject areas. I have, in prep for this and after the last one, I have enrolled in Cal Poly as a audit student to retake the thermal sciences fundamentals, to hopefully, whatever I missed, conceptual or otherwise, get back into that. I'm also signed up for a Myers Fire Protection Engineering PE review course that covers every aspect, and I'm obviously continuing through the Society of Fire Protection Engineers for their classes. I have been trying to evaluate where I'm going wrong, what I'm doing, and what I can do to fix it. 67 years old, so I'm not looking to do 40 hours a week design. I'm looking more to do consultancy. But based on Title 22, any type of consultancy or inspection is considered engineering practice, even though I was looking to do basic code analysis or code reviews. So, so one of the things I'm hoping to do is be able to get into special fire inspections for fire stopping, which is an IBC requirement, but I don't know that I can do it without the PE. So I'm asking to retake the exam. As I said, I've already audited 2 classes and working towards it.
Okay? Is that the end of your presentation? Yes. Okay. Thank you for that information. Board members, do you have any questions?
Jenkins, this isn't necessarily a question for the applicant. board has had a policy, there's a regulation that requires an applicant who has failed the same topical examination 2 times to provide evidence satisfactory to the board that steps have been taken for a 3rd examination. Now, I know the applicant has provided some testimony today to that effect, but we historically required a certificate of study to be completed.
You are correct. You outlined, Mr. Weidlich, some courses that you have taken or are going to take.
So
Expand on that.
currently, sir, to answer your question, I'm currently enrolled at Cal Poly, virtually, in the Fire Protection Engineering Course 501, which is Fundamentals of Thermal Science. That course ends December 5th. Now, I'm enrolled as an audit student because when I did my master's, I got credit for it, and they suggested an audit, so it didn't affect that. I previously took the Myers program last year, but I re-enrolled this year, and that doesn't start until this month, later this month. Same thing for the Society of Fire Protection Engineers PE review process or course. I have the certificates from past years where I was engaged in the Society of Fire Protection Engineers because they award CEUs. So I have that certificate.
So the review courses that you're taking now, you have yet to complete them.
Right, because they're set up to coincide with the April test date. So they literally start like November 22 and end like March 28th. And so the intent is to peak at the exam in terms of knowledge.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Weidlich? Hearing none, Mr. Weidlich, is there any additional relevant evidence that you would like for us to consider?
No additional, but I would like to make a statement if I could.
Sure. It's up to you.
When I look at Title 40, Chapter 22, as the definitions of engineering, I'm trying to figure out how you do consultancy without crossing that boundary in terms of consultancy or field inspections for fire stopping or anything like that. That's the dilemma that I face.
Well, if the consulting that you're doing or contemplating doing is covered by that definition of engineering, then that is the answer.
Understand, I guess what I'm trying to say, sir, is that if I went out as a independent fire marshal and walked through the building to do a code analysis, not a design, just identify the codes that were going to be applicable for a project, is that engineering?
I can't give you
No, I
advice.
say, but that's where I'm at.
We can't give you advice on that, but if it falls within that definition, it is engineering.
Okay, and Special Fire Stop is now part of the IBC since 2012, and they require special inspections for high-risk facilities. So that's something I'm leaning towards, but I don't see any PEs in a lot of the firms, so I was confused. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, or is that your closing statement? Okay. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this case or a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
I make a motion, we go into executive session for advice.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session for legal advice. All in favor, please indicate with an aye.
Aye.
A second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Is there a motion as to the disposition of this matter?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Matter of Stephen Whitelich, I move grant the applicant a one-year extension to the previous order to December 31st of 2026, provided that the applicant submits a certificate of study as required by the board, and that that certificate is reviewed and approved by a board member, and that Whitelich passes the exam in April of 20.
Thank you. Can I just,
Nope.
Second, please.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. The decision we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this matter. Council will prepare a document that more fully expresses our conclusions in the appropriate language and format the board has traditionally used, and will be the final order in this matter. The written final order will be approved and signed by the chair. If you wish to appeal this order, you must appeal to the administrative law court within 30 days of receipt of the order. This concludes the hearing. Now, if you have a question,
I just was looking for clarification on the certificate of study. I'm not sure what that is. I've seen certificates. I'm enrolled as an audit student to a university.
Let me tell you what it is. It is a form, and you can get it from the staff, that spells out, and you have to certify it, that you have completed, not enrolled, but completed these courses, this number of hours, and you sign it and deliver it. Then it goes to a board member for review and approval.
Okay, is there a deadline for submitting that?
As soon as possible. I mean, you're up against April 2026 deadline.
Yes.
So it would be in your best interest to get that form as quickly as possible, submit it with the appropriate documentation that the form calls for, including the NCS diagnostic reports from
Yep.
your previous two attempts.
Yes, sir. I will certainly do that. I just wanted to be clear before I left.
You have to have that before you proceed with the exam.
Okay.
I'm going to speak for the board, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what they're referring to is the requirements of Regulation 49-104, and then South Carolina Code 42-22-230 that deals with what you have to do before you can take the exam a third time.
Understand, I know there's documentation, I just wasn't sure to what that was. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you for your consideration.
It's all spelled out.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Sassani, can you hear me? Okay, hold on one second. You're on mute. And I would, Mr. Chairman, are y'all going to go straight into this hearing right now?
We are.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can now. Okay, Dr. Sassani, you said you could hear me, and we can certainly hear you. I just wanted to do that before we start the hearing.
All right, are we ready? This hearing is called to order. This is a hearing in the matter of Murdad Sassani, license number ELS 44165, case number 2025-24, pertaining to Dr. Sassani's request for the board to reconsider or alter or amend the board's prior order issued in this matter. My name is Gene Dinkins, and I'm Chair of the South Carolina State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Surveyors. The attorney assigned to advise us during the hearing today is Eli Grote, Office of Advice Counsel with LLR. Other members of the board are Peter Strube, Angela Musselwhite, Kent Stair, Tim Rickborn, Matt Kelly, and Henry Dingle. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the chair and all responses should be verbal. Does any board member have a reason to be recused from this hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've recused myself during the last hearing, so I'll recuse myself during.
So noted. Mr. Rickborn is recused. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the board's statutes and regulations. The state by Christopher Elliott, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel. Is the respondent, Murdad Sassani, present via remote access?
Yes, I am.
Are you represented by counsel?
No, I'm not.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, I am.
Are you waiving your right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes, I do.
Dr. Sassani, you'll be given an opportunity to present your information, and then the state will be allowed to respond. Dr. Sassani, please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the court reporter.
Oh, sorry.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give in this matter today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Dr. Sassani, followed by the state. Dr. Sassani, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, first I wanted to thank you for allowing this hearing to go forward and also allowing for me to participate remotely and after my class, which I really appreciate. So to start with, I just wanted to let you know that when I wanted to apply for a license for my concrete structure failure LLC, I sought legal counseling, which I should have done when I originally applied for myself. I was told that I made a mistake on my own application and I should have responded in the application that my concrete structure failure LLC was the party to providing the service in South Carolina. And as a result, the MOA should have been signed by the concrete structure failure LLC and not by me. That was my first mistake. My other mistake and original mistake was, I'm just reiterating this from the last hearing, that I simply did not know that I needed a license or the license would be needed for the services I provided, because there was no sealing of any document was involved and any outcome would have been reported to engineers who were licensed in the state and they would have followed it. If I had the slightest understanding that a license would have been needed, I would have never, ever done that. When my client asked me that they may want some work that required actual, what to my definition, actual engineering work, and it needed a license, I immediately stopped that discussion and applied for a license. So therefore, there was absolutely what was done was without intention, and I immediately tried to correct what was done before. Now, I would like to, if you could allow me to talk a very little about myself, that is, since the order, as a professor at Northeastern University, I have been under significant distress. As you know, reputation everywhere is important. It is crucially important in academia and much more importantly among my students. I just want to bring a side note that the last time I had any violation of a law was in 2001 when I had a speeding ticket when I first time came to Boston. Therefore, what I see here is to change the order that was made by you against Structure Failure LLC instead of Mehrdad Sosani. That would significantly prevent undue harm to me as a professor. Note that I practice engineering very little, maybe 10% of my time in the last 2 years were devoted to engineering. That was the peak of my work. And 90% of my work is working as a professor and teaching. And this, in my view, is an undue harm to me as an individual, separated from the entity that conducted the work. And that was what I was going to talk to you about. Thank you.
Dr. Sassani, does that conclude your comments?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Elliott, you may.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, it is a motion, and it's, Dr. Sassani is here on his own behalf. This question might be for Mr. Grote. Can I ask Dr. Sassani a question? Is that permissible?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sassani, you and I have spoken on the phone, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on one point. We entered into a memorandum of agreement the last hearing, and my understanding was today was about facts which were not known to the board at the time of the hearing, or me, but we weren't changing any of the things in the original MOA, correct? Am I correct in that?
In terms of the content, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear that what we're here about is added facts, as well as Dr. Sassani's, he's an extended plea for clemency, but there are facts that were not known to me or the board at the time we had our original hearing that would just have been added facts. We're not changing anything factually from the first hearing. This is just more facts. I'm ready to proceed. I have no more further questions for Dr. Sassani. Okay, and I have a few matters.
Yes, go ahead then.
A few matters, Mr. Chairman. Some are in the way of exhibits, just so the record is crystal clear. One, I know it's in the record, but I would like to enter in the actual order we're here to reconsider into the record as states Exhibit 1. This is in your board's materials. I would also like to enter into the record other things that are in the board's materials, which is the documentation Dr. Sassani submitted, which resulted in this motion hearing, and I'll enumerate them quickly here. His letter to the board, August 19th of this year. There is also a contract, 6 pages, involving Concrete Structural Failure LLC, which is Dr. Sassani is presenting as the contract in question, which was the underlying work from the original hearing. There's also the invoice to Concrete Structure Failure LLC, which shows the amount. There's the check stub. There is the certificate of, we call it certificate of authority from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for Concrete Structure Failure LLC. There is his correspondence to the board, another correspondence dated August 26th of this year. It's an unsigned application, but we both stipulate it's the application for concrete structure failure, LLC, which is a pending application with board staff where he is attempting to get a COA for this company that we're discussing. And then lastly is a certificate of authority. And there is also an explanation of some work by Concrete Structure Failure LLC and some check stubs. The state would ask to submit that and enter into the record as State's Exhibit 2 to make a full record.
Dr. Sassani, do you have any objection to entering that information in the record?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for admitting those. And again, Dr. Sassani and I have we've communicated a good bit since the order. He's very candid. He's very easy to deal with. I did not know he did. Just Dr. Sassani is being his own lawyer in a second language. As someone who struggles to do it in his first language, I can empathize with him. He didn't know that he didn't disclose this information about the company. I didn't know this. He didn't disclose it. My understanding from what Dr. Sassani, I think Dr. Sassani would appreciate any result that takes away the public reprimand from him and maybe can be assigned to his company. However the board wants to handle the motion, the state has no position. However the board decides to handle this is fine with the state. I promise I'm not going to appeal it, whatever y'all decide to do with it. Mr. Chairman, unless you have any questions, I don't have anything further to add.
So, Mr. Elliott, you would not be opposed to changing the name on the order then, is that?
The state has no objection to any relief contemplated by the board. I think the board's wisdom in this is appreciated, and I'll let y'all handle these affairs as y'all like to handle them.
Okay, Dr. Sassani, do you have any further information you would like to share with us?
No, I don't. Just quickly summarize, it was done without intent. I immediately corrected, and I just want to avoid that undue harm to me as a person who is a professor at Northeastern.
Anything further from the state?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session to seek legal advice.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will be in executive session. Will all please be excused from the room, and IT, if you would please cut off the electronic feed.
Dr. Sassani, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So we're out of executive session. Is there a motion as to the disposition of this matter?
There is before us a motion for reconsideration filed by Mr. Sassani. A decision or act.
It's not picking you up there, Ken.
Mr. Stair, if you wouldn't mind repeating what you said into the microphone so Dr. Sassani can hear you.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon, Dr. Sassani. I have a motion, and the motion is that we defer the motion for reconsideration at this time, pending another time when before the board there is a motion, a memorandum of understanding or agreement, entered into between the disciplinary council and the company Concrete Structure Failure LLC. We do not currently have that, nor has it been on the agenda and published, and so we really can't consider it and do anything with it, we don't think. But that if there is in the future a MOA in front of us before that we can consider, then at that time I think we can take up and reconsider and resolve the current pending motion. And so my motion is at this time to defer the motion of Mr. Sassani for reconsideration pending those things.
We have a
Okay, I
motion on
understand, and thank you.
Wait, we're not finished.
Hey, one second, Mr. Dr. Sassani, hang on.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to this motion?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to defer. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we're going to defer this action until a subsequent meeting when we do have something on the agenda addressing concrete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Sassani, I'll be in touch. It just won't be today, okay?
Sure. Again, thank you very much, the chairman and all the board member. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item 13, item 13, we don't have a quorum, so we're going to have to either call a special meeting on this or postpone it until our next.
And just for clarification, based on the prior recusals and Mr. Chow's absence is the reason for that.
Item 14, unfinished business, review of action items from last meeting.
580.
Sorry. Okay, unfinished business on page 580. What about disciplinary hearing for Queenie?
All the items on there for me for the orders, they're done. They should be coming to you today or tomorrow.
Okay, Williams, same thing?
All those items for me.
Okay, construction experience, Mr. Chow is not here. Surveyor education evaluations, Lenore, is there any update on that? Okay, Molly, thanks for coming back.
I told you I'd come back.
Thank you.
All right, so yes, Lenora brought this to me, and I've been doing some research on it and talking to others at the agency, including Director Farr, to kind of figure out what kind of path we needed forward and what that would look like. So under your current statutes and regs, there is no path for this type of review. That's kind of where we're stuck on this right now. As you know, you have the research and education fund that you contribute to and use that money. But this is a little bit different, and that's what we're trying to kind of figure out, like where this would fit and needing a little bit more information about what the need for that is. So I guess my first question would be is how active do we believe this would be? Maybe a few applicants, a lot of applicants. And the reason why I ask that is because we have to set this type of money aside in advance and have a budget for that's established. So I want to help you with this, but I guess where I'm stuck right now is trying to figure out and needing your help on determining where we see this going, what purpose is, what justification for it. And the reason I say justification, so it's not just, hey, we need to set money aside for research and education to use. This would be work on the agency as well. We have to establish administratively how we would collect this information and how would we would have their data. Some of those transcripts have social security numbers on them. So how we're maintaining that information on our side, not just, can the board eat the fee or not? So that's where we've got to kind of come up with what would this look like, how many people do we think would use it, and what the need is. So I'm happy to help y'all with that. It's just one of those things we've got to really put a little bit of work into it on the back end to kind of explain everything a little bit better.
Okay, well, thanks for that information. Let me give a little bit of background information on it then, and this is the Surveyor education review and approval process. It's really kind of a two-step process. First, a surveyor candidate has to have a 4-year bachelor's degree acceptable to the board, quote unquote. In the past, we all sort of knew what an acceptable 4-year curriculum was, and it was always reviewed by one of the survey members, and it was a 4-year degree from Clemson, Carolina, Citadel, wherever SC State, had some kind of mathematical and science background to it. It was not specified exactly how many hours of what, and that worked fine until we started having online degrees. And so when we start getting degrees from Canyon University or whatever that are totally online, and we don't really know if those are true, legitimate 4-year degree programs or if they were just diploma mills. That's the first part of it. The second part is the review and approval of 12 semester hours of survey-related coursework. We've got an absolute perfect handle on that. There's no issue there. Dr. Eliandori does that for us. The 4-year degree requirement, though, if we had somebody, and perhaps it's just sending these 4-year candidates to Dr. Castro, and he looks it up and says, yes, that's a legitimate curriculum accredited by whoever, we're okay with that. That's all we're looking for, someone to say that it is truly a legitimate 4-year degree. As far as number of candidates, I would be delighted to tell you if we were going to have 20 per year. I think it's probably 10 would be more realistic. Henry?
Yeah, I guess that'd be.
10 would probably be close. There's no way, unfortunately, it will be 20. But anyway, somewhere between probably, 5 to 15.
So I guess I'm just asking this as the outsider from a practical perspective. Do you feel that by doing this on the front end, you would assist people with applying? I mean, do you believe those individuals would eventually apply, or is there any type of burden in having them apply for a license and then doing this as part of the review process with their experience and everything?
We don't have many requests to approve it in advance. Occasionally we do, but it's more after the fact that somebody would submit an application and it would have listed a college you've never heard of.
So there, because he is doing that review now, I guess, as part of that, like he's already looking at the 4-year. So this would just be, I guess, my understanding was doing it on the front end before they applied.
Correct.
Okay, so two things with that. I guess my concern would be less than the financial standpoint, more of the, it's a good bit of work to set up a way to do that here. I mean, we're going to have to come up with a credential, we're going to have to do tracking, and my concern would be too is, you know, the availability of our IT department to set all of that up, and then we could be doing that for maybe not a lot of applicants, maybe a lot of applicants, but it's really a process, I guess, that, you know, we have to track these individuals. So we would have to come up with an application and form. We would have to request their social security information because that's how it all has to be set up. So I guess that's where my concerns are is, you know, statutorily and regulatorily, you don't have a process established for this, and we're going to have to collect data from those individuals to make this happen. So I mean, I get what you're saying, and I know this is a field that we need more people in. So one suggestion that I kind of thought about when I was meeting with Eli and Lenora would be, you know, is this something that the board versus offering it directly through us could offer it, you know, a different way? I don't know if there's another service, or if the individual who reviews this on your behalf, if he could do it for them directly, if there's something that basically isn't the board doing it, so that you're not having to collect all of that information and do it without, I guess, the authority to do it in your statutes and regs.
Well, when it first started, Dr. Iliandori was, correct me if I'm wrong, Lenora, but he was engaged for the 12-semester survey hours.
He's been doing both the 4-year degree and the 12 hours since 2019.
So did he started doing both, or? Okay. If we can continue, and if we can find some mechanism where if somebody before applying could go and say, is this okay? If we can, and again, we're not talking about a lot of applicants here, that would probably satisfy what we need to do.
Be something that we could, I guess, offer out of us, that they could go, you know, send the curriculum directly to him or something. I can certainly look into that and see if that's something. But that's really where I was just kind of stuck, is trying to figure out a process that this would work. You know, there is the money aspect of it, but, you know, the budget's already set for this coming year for the Research and Education Fund, and you have to kind of have authority to use that money for certain things, and that's not what the authority was put in for this. So I've been playing with it for a little while, trying to figure it out. I did talk to Director Farr about it. She did say she was happy to look into it more. She just needed something a little bit, you know, more prepared as far as the purpose, the justification, and how we envision it would work. But like I said, if we're thinking it's not too many people, it might not be worth the effort to put all of that in place as far as, you know, having to collect data and everything. So I'm happy to continue looking into it, and I just, like I said, want to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
I can only think of candidates that came before submitting an application. Before, Henry?
Yep.
At the most?
Yep.
So it's not many, and what do we pay him per application, Lenore? $200.
I will continue to work on this. I'm going to see, I've got a couple more ideas of maybe ways we could make this work. So I'll play with it a little bit more and come back to y'all's next meeting if that's okay, and see if I can come up with some more suggestions. So, because I mean, I hear you on that. I know we need people doing this more, and I don't want to deter anyone from applying, but maybe we can do it a little bit different.
And we don't want to discourage these people from continuing
Absolutely.
their, you know, educational career goals.
Right, so just to clarify, so I know, because I know this has been changed a little bit, the idea behind this is they would already have the 4-year degree in place, right? Or can they be in the middle of obtaining that degree?
They can be in the middle also.
Okay.
That would be ideal.
I will continue looking into this. Do we know if any other states do anything like this? CES, are they doing anything, or?
Planning on trying to do. I'd been to colonial states and they were all like, wow, well, that's a great idea. Idea is to, if you have somebody come license and they want to know, is this college okay and is this correct? I spend my money. They said, I don't know how many people are doing it, but it's,
Oh, I agree, and I think it's definitely one of those things that maybe they may be the more appropriate body to help with some of this stuff and more of a master list of what's been reviewed, who reviewed it, and kind of look at that too. But like I said, I'm happy to continue to do some research on it and see what I can find out.
Okay, that would be great.
If we could get more states involved, like us that want to do something, why don't we give it to WES and do the review? They do it.
They already do it, don't they?
Well, they do it after the fact.
But maybe we propose, they got a lot of money, and maybe they would do it and create something that they could submit in advance of the application to have their educational review done.
The problem is each state's educational requirements are so different.
I think NCES just compares it to station standard, which may or may not align with ours.
And our four-year degree requirement is not very strict. It just says a four-year degree, acceptable to the board.
I think that's good because things are continuously changing, and I know some of the other boards, when they went more specific with degree requirements, they got in a little bit of trouble with stuff like that because it was restricting things ways they didn't want them restricted. One of the examples I'll give you is, I know back in probably 10 years ago, the forestry board went in and said you must have a bachelor's degree in forestry. Well, forestry is now a science-related field, but also, an economic field. So there was a lot of people coming in with a minor or a degree in economics and then a master's in forestry, but it said a bachelor's degree in forestry. So the way things are continuously changing, you certainly don't want to limit things. And I think having a review process in place certainly makes sense as well.
The biggest thing that we want to accomplish is to know that when an individual comes to us with a four-year degree, that it is truly a legitimate four-year degree and not just a.
Yeah, I would really hope NCES could help with something like that too. That, like you said, maybe getting more states involved, they could. I will keep working on this.
it's always worth a try to talk to them about it.
I would just say, once we get some options back before the board, for the board to consider, then it may be something for the board to vote on the final process.
We can do that. Well, thank you.
Very much.
Okay, next item, 15A, nominations for 2026 NCAA Service. Nominations. Hear any? So, E 2026 Southern Zone funded delegates.
How's it going?
Carolina.
Southern Zone meeting, April 23rd to the
Oh, Lenora, are you going?
I'm not sure, but I would be one of the ones that would be funded by delegates.
Okay,
And first-time attendees are
they are not funded to zone,
Mm-mm.
just to the annual. So, will be, who else is going? Got two more that we can fund.
Yes, it's going to fund 3, yeah.
That includes staff, then, Lenora?
And then 3 eligible delegates are funded by
Oh,
NCES.
3 plus you. Okay, so 2 others will be funded, and the others, we would apply to state for funding.
Jimmy would be funded by NCES.
It's funded and Gene's funded. Okay. Yeah.
Take one of them on either, from either funding.
Definitely going? Yeah. You're definitely going. Tim? July? Did you go to the zone meeting last year? You did, okay. All right, well, it doesn't matter. All right.
So the state can only cover 2. It's in our policy, that's 2. I mean, I can ask for, I mean, you can vote for it, but it's typically always 2. Can ask, but it's the guidelines are 2. I will tell you, I have in 13 years never had more than 2 approved, unless it is an in-state conference or nearby. And I think the location of this one's going to make it even trickier.
All right,
All you just have to swing your big bat.
I don't know if I could do that against finance, but okay.
Invite her and.
You can approve staff. I don't know if I guess depending on the subject matter, but I'm happy to go, or I can wait and see if Lenora goes and use the funded spot.
all right, so that's taken care of. So, M, Mac, and Kent.
I mean, I'll be one of the 3, and I'll be the third one. If they don't approve 3, then I'll just get reimbursed from my company.
Do that,
I can do that.
so you can get reimbursed by your company. All right, so funded, Henry, I had Angela. Your Tim, who wants to go and see it?
I'll take either one.
Tim, let's put you NCAAS funded. Mac? Okay, so we'll have everybody going.
I think you should vote on that.
Yeah, it'll be vote. I know we've talked, if you want me to come, you can put in approval and I'll wait and see. And then if not, I'll just use hers or I won't. I lost my chance when I played policy. I did. I do that sometimes. But yeah, you'll just need to make a motion to approve travel.
Honesty is, it's overrated around here.
You wanna
I'm
make
just
the motion?
teasing. Yeah, I make the motion that
Peter.
state funds
Peter,
Peter,
Mack, and Kent.
Mack, and Kent.
Can we only send one from staff?
Yes, sir. Well, no. You can send up to 2 staff members, but if Lenore's being covered, then that's different. So you're good. So just saying staff's fine. Yeah. Are attorneys going?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, then you can approve for staff that include myself and Eli. That's fine.
23rd, 25th, April.
So staff will be either Lenora or Molly and
Well,
Eli.
she's covered, so you can request funds for myself and Eli. And then, like I said, if Lenore doesn't go, then I can shift over to that one. That'll work, and I've got it all written down.
I think we need to revisit this. I think probably the motion will designate who's going to be the funded delegates and then who's going to be, I guess, seeking approval through LLR funding.
So funded is Henry, Angela, and Tim, and Lenora by NCWS. SALLR, we're going to request 3, and it'll be Peter, Mack, and Kent. Jimmy, yeah, me and Jimmy, we don't have to. Staff, we're going to request Molly and Eli.
I just think that needs to be incorporated into the motion, and then you'll be good.
I seconded my motion. Let me restate my motion. Make the motion that, that myself, Angela, Tim, and Lenora be funded by NCWS. SCLLR will fund Peter, Mack, and Kent, and staff, which right now, Molly and Eli.
Correct.
Second.
All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next item is 15C. I'd like to have a discussion of PDH credit for board members attending board such as this. Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Yeah. Let's take 5 minutes, really, no more than 5, so we'll reconvene at 5 till 4. Everybody's gone out there. How about that? 15C, discussion about PDH credits for board members attending board meetings. I was asked to put this on the agenda. Open it up for discussion among everyone, pros and cons, and information about what other boards are doing. So jump in.
A lot of people are doing it. Peter started this conversation, and Gene asked me to, I could find out on it. So I looked up Tennessee and North Carolina, talked to the Tennessee folks in Georgia. Fantastic. They meet, and then at the end of each meeting, they vote and decide how many hours they're going to allow based on talked about. And I think if you probably talking about the important stuff that goes along with South Carolina laws and rules and the disciplinary hearings. I don't know. That's for us to decide. So they could get up to 8 hours in one meeting or kind of like that way, but I'd like to hear it.
Well, in Georgia, in Florida, you have to, they spell out what you need to do as far as, I think there's, or 18 hours in. 1 hour's got to be on rules and practice, and then the other there's got to be 1 hour on ethics. And it has been where if you attended a board meeting, you would be able to cover one of those hours. I'm not sure of both, but I know at least one of them. I haven't been able to confirm whether or not if that's still the case or not. I know in Georgia and North Carolina, the only thing I could see is I couldn't see participation or attending a board meeting if that qualified for PDH. They do have, in both states, they have active participation in professional or technical societies that you can get up to 2 PDHs total in a given year.
We have that too.
Yep.
If you participate, I think it's a minimum of 8 meetings per year.
Serving on the board of a professional organization, doesn't that?
So, Peter, in your analysis or review of Florida, that was 1 PDH of ethics. That's per year?
You have, you have to renew every 2 years, and you have to have in that renewal cycle, well, in that year, yes, you have to have 1 hour of each.
But that's not 1 hour per board meeting that they get credit for.
It sounds like what you're talking about, just any surveyor
Yeah, it's just,
or engineer.
you have to have 1 hour so you can attend a board meeting, and you can document that, and that covers your 1 hour for the ethics or rules.
That's not the
Policy.
sitting board members getting those PDH credits, though, right?
That I haven't found out, if it's sitting. Okay.
Yeah, what we're looking at here is, for example, if we decided, and we can justify it, that we would get PDH credits for coming to the meeting today. Every meeting.
If what you're saying is, should you all get PDH credit for being here? probably giving away more PDH hours. Okay, I don't think you should get a thing for being here. Now, I apparently wasn't on. What I said as a member of the public who's familiar with the professional credits, what I have seen in my few meetings that I've been at here, you all have learned more and are confronted with more and have to know more and deal with more and see the most complex situations imaginable and have to resolve them. And I would have to say that if ever I've seen any people who should get professional credit for doing what they're doing and spending the time they're doing, should be everyone here in this room that's an engineer. Anyway, I would fully endorse whatever it is you all decide, because your education here is invaluable compared to what everybody else out there in the world.
I think we need to go back to our regulations also and see what it allows us to do. I think what we want to do is different from what we're allowed to do.
I don't see a path in our current regs that allow us to do that. Like, I fear it would be, self.
You figure out the path, and I will take the motion this time and make it with glee, and I will explain from an outside non-professional person who has seen professional credits given 42 years why it is that you all deserve multiple credits rather than no credits for being. I will take the lead on that by all means.
Got a 600-page. All right, what we were provided by Lenore to review before we got here was 601 pages, and then we get here and we go through these things item by item, and we discuss them and use what we've learned throughout our career to make decisions that affect the public and protect the public. I think right now we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and we ought to be getting some kind of credit for it. Other states are doing it. I'm not sure that just because you say it either our regs allow for it or don't allow for it, maybe it's just not mentioned anywhere. So maybe something that we do as a matter of policy. That's what Tennessee has done. That's also what North Carolina did. They made it as a matter of policy, one of their policy statements. That's what it says. So I think it's something that's worthwhile. If we do decide to do this, I think we ought to look at our committee that reviews these cases for us, because they spend an awful lot of time reviewing plats and engineering plans and stuff too.
We give it to them. RC?
They already get some? Yeah, well, they should. And, but I'm just saying, I think we ought to get some as well. You can't say it's self-serving, or, well, I guess you can say it's self-serving, but I think it's warranted. You can also say that, I've heard other people on the board say before, well, everybody doesn't get a chance to get these education hours. So you're right about that, but everybody doesn't get a chance to get education hours that we get either when we go to NCAAS, or go write exams at NCAAS. I wrote exams, and Mr. Charles used to give me a certificate, because I would ask for one. Anybody that asked for one, he'd give him a certificate for writing exams up there for continuation. No, it's just I think it's just an opportunity, and it may encourage others to try to petition to be on this board at some point in time, or be allowed.
Well, I, of course, have never really spent a lot of time pondering why you have a public member, but one reason, I guess, is so that there is some outside view of what's going on, and I can tell you, I've given what I see you guys doing is not self-serving, it's selfless serving, and to me, it's absurd that y'all don't get credit for what you do here in what you say. So I will. You will not find a more advocating advocate than me from the bottom of my heart that you guys really, I've learned more here in 4 meetings or ever how many I've been here than I have in 40-some years of doing nothing but involving myself in engineering issues. And so.
Well, we have a public member because we want to make sure that this board is not out there promoting the livelihood of engineers and surveyors. We're out there protecting health, safety, and welfare of the public, so we want input from a public member to make sure that what we're doing is not the same thing that our SCSPE and SCSPLS organizations are doing, which is promoting the professions rather than protection of the public. So anyway.
I've been here and I've seen it, and I'm very proud of what you all do.
I don't think you'll ever see from this board, at least with its makeup now, that we're out there championing something that's going to line the pockets of engineers or surveyors.
Shocked when I see that.
And I can definitely say that, I think the value that I get out of attending these meetings here, and you look at, and you go to an engineering conference, and I spend 1 hour sitting in a seminar about the, I guess, an update on the Carolina Crossroads project and where it's going. And I can claim that as one PDH, but what we do here, you can't claim anything. It's just, it's sad.
You can sleep through that one, you can't sleep through this one.
I'm in agreement with Henry that we get some reasonable amount of credit. I think it's kind of cumbersome to do what Tim does and they vote on how many hours depending on the time. But seems like some reasonable, not 8 hours, but.
Right. I think Gary Thompson sent me a text where he broke it out in the policy manual or whatever it is, and I can't find it on my phone to save my life, but I believe it was they got 2 hours per meeting.
It's a minimum amount, and number to anybody who thinks otherwise.
Currently, it's 2 hours per 2 years, right, for serving on the board?
Give the regulation, I think it's in the reg.
I've never claimed these two. I didn't know we had 2 hours per.
I've never claimed.
And the regulations are in the meeting materials. We can take a look at those. I mean, obviously, I don't have a vote one way or the other on this. My only comment would be is that I think there's probably 2 questions. Does the board want to pursue that? And 2, under the current regulation framework, is that something that can be done under the current regulations, or is that going to require a regulation change? And that may be something that we have to look at.
Well, if you look at page 599, I mean, if it falls anywhere, it's going to fall into there. So credit for activity 496037, which is active participation in a professional and technical society. PDH's units per, maximum 4 PDH units per year, and requires that licensee serve as an officer or actively participate in a committee of the organization. Then there's an or in there, but I don't think the or applies in this situation.
PE board qualify as professional or technical society or organization?
Doesn't mention us at all, I don't think.
No, it doesn't mention us at all. So are we, consider? That's the only place I see in the reg where it could actually fall.
Well, professional is in our name.
Well, it also says that it requires that a licensee serve as an officer.
Or actively participate.
Oh, I got you, okay.
Active committee.
No.
Or, see, there's an or that
That's
doesn't
an
apply.
or, so that or doesn't necessarily apply to everything that came before.
That would, if you say that applies, that would give you 2 PDHs, because this is just one organization.
Yeah, that gives you 2 out of 30. It does. Out of 30.
Doesn't give you 4. I don't think they're picking up any of that. They're not.
I don't think we're a society, I think we're an organization, I guess.
Well, NCWS would be, I would say, considered organization. And participating in either at the Southern Zone or the annual meeting.
Well,
would
it
qualify.
says meetings held not less than 8 times per year.
That's
But that's after the or.
after the or.
Very awkwardly worded section. Always has been.
Well, I don't think we're going to solve this today. Put it on the agenda for discussion. We've had a good discussion. Why don't we, now that we've all looked at it and thought about it and had some talk, why don't we think about it and bring it back next time to study it again?
I'm okay with that. I would ask Eli if you could look at, regs a little closer and even the statutes and see if there is. I don't think the statute's going to really say anything. I think it's.
Eli, if this doesn't, if our statutes or regs don't provide a pathway, then I guess it would be, if we chose to go this way, we could do it in a policy like these other states have done.
I can look at that, but it would really kind of depend on whether there's a basis for that in the regulations. I will look into that. I'll get you. I'll get you some guidance on that. But if it's going to be what we call a binding norm, generally those are in regulations, and it depends on kind of if there's leeway to adapt a policy from the current regulations, or if it's far off enough that it may, whether it needs a regulation. But
We don't
I'm not
know
offering an
the
opinion
regs.
on that now. It's something I'll certainly look at.
Generally, what we've done with our policy statements is if we have something that it's not clear-cut how to handle it, and it's really an interpretation of our statutes or regulations, not to create a new standard or procedure or something. It's, anyway, well, let's think about it and, the pros and cons. And, I mean, I've heard both.
Spent a lot of time here, that's for sure, and a lot of time at home. I just, and we, big effort, and we do it because we care, and we want to give back to the profession, but it's worth getting a little something back. Okay.
Okay, well, good. Does that sound okay with everybody? We think about it and bring it back? So Lenore, if you'll put this on the agenda next time, Eli, if you can do a little research for us and have another discussion. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to vote on a policy or anything here. Okay, moving right along. 15D, Surveyor Education Criteria. I asked Lenore to put this on the agenda for us to review our survey education criteria. Dr. People spent a lot of time coming up with really good guidelines, but I'd like to just for us to discuss the way it's handled, and I'd like for us to go into executive session to do that.
Make a motion, we go into executive session to,
For legal advice.
for legal advice.
Second.
All in favor, indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Is there a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're out of executive session. We discussed surveyor education criteria and process and for legal advice, and now I would like to open that up. Do we have a motion concerning that subject?
Chair, based on on the discussion that the board had regarding the surveyor education criteria process, I make the motion that the surveyor education approval review currently in place be modified for cases where the education consultant returns a non-review. What, start over? The whole thing? Based on the discussion that the board members had during the executive session regarding the surveyor education criteria, make a motion that the surveyor education approval review procedure that's currently in place be modified for cases where the education consultant returns a review not conforming to the education guidelines to be forwarded by staff to a surveying board member for a second review prior to notifying the applicant that the education is not conforming.
Well, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. So, Lenore, did you understand what we're doing there? Approving but not denying. Okay. Item 15E, election of officers. Question there. Zach, you and I are both up for reappointment, and so hopefully we'll continue on. That's right. Elect officers.
I'm sure the board already knows, but the officers are a chairman, vice chairman, and a secretary.
Reappointed, I am willing to serve another year.
To vote for them now, and if they're not reappointed, then the board would vote at that point what to do with it.
So we'd have, if neither one of us get reappointed, then we'd have a vice chair, certainly. Yep, so I mean, the board won't be left without an officer. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll leave that up to you. That was just a thought.
Governor has to reappoint him for another. All in agreement, Gene will be chair again.
Or did we decide just to leave that part out? And we'll likely event if it happened.
Likely event that Gene or,
Well, I mean, if that doesn't occur, if they're not reappointed, then you might have new board members that may be eligible. I mean, it's up to you how you want to handle that aspect of it. I think you can go either way.
Governor's never been really expeditious in appointing.
Gene may not even be
So,
real.
but you could continue to serve, right? Or you continue to serve, so if he continues to serve, you could continue to serve in the capacity of chair.
life sentence until you're commuted.
I had a friend over in Georgia who served on the board. His term expired, and he served on the board for almost 10 years.
I could be in the same position, correct? So, slow, y'all stay what you're doing.
Actually, Bill Dean was a top-notch guy.
So do we need a motion?
Yeah, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we nominate Gene Dinkins as chair, Henry Dingle as vice chair, and Matt Kelly as secretary.
Second.
Favor indicate with an eye.
Aye.
Opposed? Public comments? We have no public that's left.
Fine.
You're a public member. All right. 4:45. Next meeting, January 13th, 2026. Yep, that's what we got. Okay. Anything else? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?